Chapter 220. Li Qingshan touched her cheek and said seriously, "You can't kill people you don't know." After saying this, he felt like his whole person had been sublimated. He felt like he had fulfilled his duty as an educator. "So I am such a kind person," little and blinked, not knowing if she understood or not. Holy Hall, however, Li Qingshan already had a plan in mind, so he was no longer worried. He walked behind the screen and took off all his clothes, revealing his well-defined, sturdy body that seemed like it had been forged from iron or stone. With a shake of his shoulders, he leapt into the swimming pool-like bath with a plop. The hot water gushed out of the bath, and over his chest, Li Qingshan let go of his hair and leaned against the side of the bath comfortably. He took out the jade slip for the Gui water method of condensing qi from his 100 treasures pouch and studied it carefully. The first level was the simplified version of the innate training of qi method. With a glance, he knew it didn't take much effort. But from the second level onwards, it was a bit difficult. He originally thought that he only needed to convert the qi in his body into Gui water qi, but after studying it carefully, he found that it wasn't that simple. It was the same as cultivating the yang heel meridian, but the requirements weren't as simple as connecting the meridians. The 5 organs corresponded to the 5 elements, and the kidneys controlled water. The Gui water condensing qi method needed to sense the kidneys and absorb the essence of Gui water. But how to sense it and absorb it was a mysterious ancient text. If he didn't have the foundation of the innate training of qi method, he would definitely be at a loss. Although it was a bit better now, he still felt that it was very difficult to understand. Luckily, he bought the version with annotations. The notes of the seniors were much easier to understand, so he could at least feel his way forward. But the content of the handwriting was more than 10 times that of the Gui water condensing qi method. After looking at it for a while, he felt dizzy. He couldn't help but admit that he had nothing to do with talent or intelligence. He submerged his head into the water and floated in the ripples. His mind also calmed down, and a thought occurred to him. His comprehension was not good, but didn't that mean that there was a genius child beside him that even the green bull praised? Li Qingshan said, "Little, and have you finished eating? Come take a bath." From drinking tea to eating, he would never forget her in any kind of comfort. Tak hid her a little and immediately came in front of him, took off his clothes, and jumped into the water. Li Qingshan handed the jade slip to her. "Help me study it." Then he took out the book that the old man in the bookstore had carefully handed to him. At that time, he had taken it in a hurry, so he didn't even have time to read the title of the book. His heart was filled with anticipation. What exactly was the book that the old man had given him so cautiously? Could it be that it was some kind of special cultivation technique that the other party saw that he was talented enough to shoulder the heavy responsibility of saving the world? So he gave it to him without accepting any spirit stones. The binding of the book was extremely exquisite, and the stitching was meticulously done. It exuded a faint scent of ink, and the paper used was also of the highest quality. When he held it in his hand, he felt that it was a bit heavy, but by the standards of a divine cultivation technique, it was a bit too new. No matter, he had to take a look at the book first. On the bright and clean vermilion cover were the 3 elegant words accompanying a flower's sleep. It was slightly different from the name of the secret technique that Li Qingshan had imagined. He flipped to the next page and saw the words, Chapter 1, Hua Sanyang mistook her lover. Then there was a poem that went, "The affairs of the world are never free. 1,000 thoughts of love, a moment of enmity. Lovers who are willing to die for love. First make enemies, then reunite." What the hell is this? Li Qingshan was startled. The book that the old man had given him so carefully was actually a novel. He didn't believe it, so he patiently read on. Then, it turned out to be a very boring story. If it was just boring, then it wouldn't be a big deal. The more he read, the more he felt that something was wrong. The descriptions of sexual intercourse were very bold. Of course, for a transmigrator like Li Qingshan, the white steamed buns and purple cured meat really didn't have the slightest bit of excitement. But in this era, it should be considered rather out of line. After flipping through a dozen or so pages, almost all of the male characters and all of the female characters had to go, but it didn't make the book any less boring. Until he flipped to the 15th page. An exquisitely drawn erotic picture impressively appeared in front of Li Qingshan. This erotic picture, not only were the lines meticulous, even the expressions were vivid. Even the experienced and knowledgeable Li Qingshan felt that the drawing was very good. Then, he didn't have the patience to read it page by page. He casually flipped through the pages, and there were many more erotic pictures like this at the back. Li Qingshan was finally convinced that the book in his hands was indeed an erotic book, but this didn't make sense. That seemingly virtuous and amiable old man was so careful just to give him an erotic book. Even the weakest qi practitioner was a person of high authority among mortals. If he had the time to read this thing, wouldn't it be simpler and more direct to find a famous prostitute in a brothel? Could it be that the old man was a book lover and appreciated some of the cultural connotations in the book? So he wanted to share it with me, but was afraid that I would look down on this book because of that kind of content. This was the only reasonable explanation. But the content of this book was clearly very clumsy and had absolutely no cultural value to speak of. Li Qingshan was confused. He was 10 times more confused than when he was reading the water condensation method. There must be a secret hidden in this matter that he didn't know, but it was deliberately hidden in this kind of trash book. Li Qingshan touched it with his hand. There was no interlayer. He injected true qi. There was no reaction. He shone it against the light. There was no image. He poured water on it. It was wet, inside and out. He tried all kinds of methods, but this was just an ordinary book. Could it be that there was some kind of code hidden in the content of the book? But even if there was, he didn't have the chance to read it correctly. As the saying goes, if you don't have enough wisdom, look for little. And he glanced at Little and saw that she was concentrating on studying the water condensation method. He then looked at the book in his hand. If she found out that he was reading this kind of book, wouldn't it be embarrassing? He immediately dispelled this idea. If it weren't for Little and beside him, he would have done the positions in the erotic pictures to see if there was some kind of qi circulation method. What are you looking at? Little and suddenly came over. Her long, wet black hair was winding down on her white, jade-like shoulders, floating on the water. It looked more like some kind of aquatic plant. Pa Li Qingshan closed the book tightly. He said with an unnatural expression, "Nothing." "Ah, have you finished studying it?" He inexplicably remembered the old man's expression when he gave him the book. Little and curiously looked at the book in Li Qingshan's hand. She had already completely understood the second layer of the water condensation method. Then she taught it to Li Qingshan in words that couldn't be more straightforward. Li Qingshan suddenly felt enlightened. He pulled her into his arms and kissed her. He praised, "You're so smart. Why didn't I think of it?" Little An's face was flushed. In the dense water vapor, she vaguely revealed her originally distant beauty. Li Qingshan seemed to suddenly realize the difference between men and women. He smiled and said, "When you grow up, we won't be able to bathe together." Little and raised her head. "Then I will never grow up." "Don't be silly. How can a person never grow up? I'm not a human." Li Qingshan didn't take this childish words to heart. "Well, we are not human, but we still have to grow up." Little and pouted. Li Qingshan said, but after saying so much, you forgot the most important thing: how to transform the true qi into gui water true qi. Little and said, "Can't you directly absorb the spiritual qi of heaven and earth?" Li Qingshan scratched his head. "It turns out that I'm really not smart enough." His monster core was of the water element. How he cultivated the monster core. He could cultivate the gui water true qi. He only needed to rely on the infinite heaven and earth. Why should he think about his small self? He wasn't stupid. Rather, he had been conditioned by his habitual thinking and regarded cultivation methods as the golden rule. However, the advice given by the seniors who had written their own notes were all for ordinary Qi warriors. They would never have thought that there were Qi warriors who could directly absorb the spiritual Qi of heaven and earth in this world. Li Qingshan said, "By the way, the uncle who sold the book gave me a book. I think there should be a lot of mystery in it, but I can't understand it." Little and asked curiously, "Is it the one just now?" "Yes. Can't you show it to me?" "Absolutely not." Li Qingshan shook his head. Little and said disappointedly, "Then you can ask him tomorrow." Li Qingshan was stunned again. "It's not like the bookstore can grow legs and run away. I'll just pay another visit tomorrow." Why did I suddenly become stupid today? It must be that reading this stupid book has affected my IQ. Little and hesitated. In the end, he didn't say that he hadn't read the book just now. Li Qingshan said, "By the way, this is for you." He handed the jade scroll called Scripture Pavilion to Little and accepted it with shyness and joy. Li Qingshan took out the Book of All and looked up information about a few spirit herbs according to his memory. As he expected, every spirit herb could be used as medicine. Among them, the most valuable were the flowers in Milliped's cave that could turn into butterflies. They were called blue butterfly flowers, and they were an indispensable main ingredient in refining a precious type of medicinal pill. The name of that precious medicinal pill was True Spirit Pill. Then Li Qingshan casually looked up the information on True Spirit Pills and suddenly found them to be rather familiar. Suddenly his eyes lit up. Weren't True Spirit Pills the two unknown pills he had obtained from the two grannies in the sect? The effects of the True Spirit Pill were extremely simple. It could convert true Qi into spiritual Qi. It was a holy item that Qi practitioners needed to break through to foundation establishment. The two grannies had carefully stored it away, probably so that they could use it when they reached the peak of Qi condensation. However, it had benefited Li Qingshan. It was easy to imagine the value of this spirit herb that Millipede said was not tasty. Unfortunately, the Book of All only briefly introduced the medicinal properties of the True Spirit Pill and how to use it. There was no pill, recipe, or method of refining it. The truly valuable information would not appear in this kind of common book. Chapter 221. The Arts of the Boundless Ocean. Li Qingshan thought, perhaps it's time to change to a pill cauldron, and pill recipes would be a must. However, his alchemy had only scratched the surface from Qian Rongji, so there was no need for him to be overly hasty. At the very least, he already knew how to use these treasures now. The contents of the Book of All were extremely vast and varied. Just a single piece of information was enough for Li Qingshan to stare at for quite a while, broadening his horizons. However, he also gradually discovered that most of the information recorded in the Book of All did not exceed the boundaries of the Clear River Prefecture. Once he left this range, the information would become extremely simple and general. However, it was already very difficult to record the many matters that spanned 1,500 kilometers in the Clear River Prefecture. Calling it the Book of All was not an exaggeration. The 9 provinces were so vast, spanning who knew how many kilometers. Even the most powerful cultivators could not traverse through it all. So how was it possible for there to actually be a book that covered everything? It was the same principle as mental maps. Even if there really was a book like that, what value would it have to a measly Qi practitioner? There were thousands of cultivators, but just how many of them could make it out of the Clear River Prefecture? Just how many of them could make it out of the Rui Commandery? However, Li Qingshan believed there would be a day when he could use these eyes to see everything in the world. Before he knew it, his mind drifted back to the tiny village and recalled that arrogant vow. I want to traverse the 5 lakes and 4 seas, the 9 provinces, taste all the delicacies in the world, drink all the fine alcohol in the world, practice the fiercest abilities, fight the strongest enemies, and sleep with the most beautiful women. Only then will my life not be in vain. Looking at it now, that was just the desire of a person with nothing to gain everything. Perhaps it was very vulgar, but this was the most primitive, instinctive desire hidden in the hearts of every man. When a spark lit up in a restless heart, it would drive that frail body to conquer, to destroy, to create. The most beautiful woman? Li Qingshan grinned. Originally, he had only said it casually, but the book of all really seemed to have a most. The beauty on the list of beauties was as expected. The one at the top of the list was the beauty in snow-white clothes, the female eagle that overlooked thousands of mountains. Although the portrait on the wall could not express 1% of her charm, it once again evoked Li Qingshan's memories of the past. He praised sincerely, "Hey, what a beauty!" Little and withdrew his consciousness from the jade slip and raised his head. "What beauty?" "Nothing." Li Qingshan put away the jade scroll. Since he had seen the first one, he was sure that there were no major changes to his goal for the time being, so there was no need to look at the rest. Humph. Little and turned his head away. You've even learned to get angry. Li Qingshan smiled as he pinched her nose. Little and shook her head and struggled in his arms, but her face was full of smiles. Li Qingshan hugged her tightly and pinched her nose. "My little, and will also be a great beauty in the future." "Really?" Little and said with a heavy nasal voice. "Didn't you hear what that damned old woman said? Heavenly fragrance and beauty? I guarantee it's true. I think even that Gu girl can't compare to her." "Gu girl? Gu Yenying?" Li Qingshan was surprised. "You know her?" Little and nodded gently. Li Qingshan propped up his cheek. "But to be honest, Xianyue isn't bad either." "Forget it. Children won't understand what you're saying." Little and made a face and stuck out her tongue. Li Qingshan soaked comfortably in the hot water for an entire night. He felt 10 times more comfortable than lying in bed. To him, water had already become as close as a friend. As such, he practiced the second layer of the Gui water method of condensing qi. He entered a meditative state with the spirit turtle's method of qi suppression, first before slowly absorbing the spiritual qi of the world and circulating it according to the mental cultivation method of the Gui water method of condensing qi. The true qi in his body was converted into Gui water, true qi strand by strand. When the sun rose, Li Qingshan had already reached the second layer of the Gui water method of condensing qi. He only needed to convert the first few layers, using the Gui water method of condensing qi to cover up the innate method of practicing qi, so it did not take a very long time. However, as soon as the sun rose, Li Qingshan could no longer sit still. He leapt out of the bath, put on his clothes, and carried the bamboo basket on his back. He took Little and with him, and went straight to the bookstore. The old man was still the same old man from yesterday. He lay on the rocking chair, leisurely reading the book from yesterday. When he saw Li Qingshan enter, he seemed to be surprised and leapt up. "Is there anything else you need, sir?" Li Qingshan cut to the chase. "Uncle, the book you gave me yesterday. What book? Why don't I remember? The old man's expression became unnatural again. Li Qingshan squinted his eyes and said slowly, I used various methods and comprehended it for quite a while, but I couldn't get to the bottom of it. That's why I've come to ask for your guidance. Don't tell me you're messing with me. He did not speak as politely as before now. The old man coughed gently. I think I remember it again. Then, what do you think? Li Qingshan said, the erotic drawings are passable, but the writing is bullshit. The old man smiled bitterly. If that's the case, then just pretend you don't have it. Junior brother, oh junior brother, don't blame me for not helping you. Originally, I thought he was a crude person, so he might not be able to tell that the book was bullshit. In other words, you really are messing with me. Li Qingshan thought about the effort he had expended, and his expression became worse and worse. The old man laughed. Fellow Taoist, this old man has something to give you, but I forgot to give it to you yesterday. It can't be this kind of trash again. Li Qingshan abruptly stopped mid-sentence. What the old man shoved into his hands was actually the cultivation method for the arts of the boundless ocean. He hesitated for a moment. Uncle, this item is a bit too valuable. I didn't come here to swindle you. The old man raised his hand and shook his head with a smile. In this market square, who can swindle me? Aren't they afraid of the school of miscellaneous street patrol? I really did want to give you this book yesterday. Those 2 books made me quite a bit of profit. No matter how valuable a book is, if no one reads it, it's all trash. His withered hand patted the flowers sleep. If a book isn't read because it's written too badly, then that's nothing. But if a book is clearly written extremely well, but because the standards of the people in the world aren't high enough, it would fall to this state like a pearl covered in dust or a beauty lost. Isn't that too much of a pity? Li Qingshan was also slightly moved. Uncle, you really are a book lover. The arts of the boundless ocean was definitely not a bad cultivation method. It was just that it had too high of a reader, which caused the number of readers to dwindle. The old man continued. When I look at you, I feel that perhaps one day you will be able to find the second half of this book and let this extraordinary and refined cultivation method once again appear in front of the people of the world. If you don't mind, when the time comes, you can show me the second half of the book. I'll be satisfied. Li Qingshan accepted the jade slip and proudly cupped his hands. Uncle, if I'm lucky in the future, I'll definitely return the entire arts of the boundless ocean to you. The old man happily said. Then this old man will definitely live for a few more years and wait for you. P.S. All right, I'll call it a day in August. Plus, I'll have my dreams fulfilled. I feel like next month will be even more exciting. Chapter 222. Back at the arms shop, Sun Fubai was actually quite surprised. Normally, when a person obtained a rare technique, it would be extremely precious. Even if it was his wife, children, or close friends, they wouldn't be allowed to see it. What Li Qingshan obtained was only a remnant of a scroll that was worth 100 or so spirit stones, and the value of the entire scroll was at least 10 times that. Such generosity and lofty sentiments really made him sigh in amazement. This was because Li Qingshan had his eyes set on the 9 heavens. No matter how precious a technique was, it was just a process to him. Once he took this step, who knew how long the road ahead of him was waiting for him? One's vision determined one's breadth of mind. In the bookstore, Li Qingshan chatted with the old man for a while. He found out that the old man's name was Sun Fubai. Sun Fubai was knowledgeable and experienced. After the conversation, Li Qingshan also felt that he had benefited a lot. As they chatted excitedly, Sun Fubai gave Li Qingshan a few more books. They were all bound paper books. The paper had already turned slightly yellow, and the edges were even curled up. Li Qingshan hesitated for a moment. Sun Fubai smiled and said, "Don't worry, these aren't those kinds of books. These are my favorite historical books." Li Qingshan relaxed and casually flipped open the book. In the blank corners of the book, there were many notes written in red. It was obvious that these were the books that Sun Fubai usually read. For a book lover to give away the books that he usually read, it was really a great gesture. He said respectfully, "Thank you, Uncle, for your generous gift." Sun Fubai said, "The youngsters these days only think about the secret techniques that can make them stronger overnight. How would they know the true essence of the books? I can see that you are brave and valiant, you have a heroic spirit, and you are quite talented as a Qi practitioner. In the future, you will definitely be able to stand out in the cultivation world. However, if you don't understand the ways of the world, no matter how strong you are, you will still be a boorish man who is controlled by others. You can read these books carefully. They will definitely be of great benefit to you." Li Qingshan said, "I've heard people say that reading history can make you wise and martial arts and secret manuals can only make people stronger, but real books can make cowards brave and stupid people smart. This kind of effect is something that no cultivation method can compare to. This kind of power is true power." Sun Fubai was very pleased. "It's good that you understand this." At the center of the market was a lone 3-story building that was not adjacent to any other shops. Although it was a relatively tall building in the entire market, the building was still very inconspicuous. The vermilion paint on the upper floor was peeling, making it look extremely old. Each bead hanging at the door was a precious jewel, worth thousands of gold in the mortal world. It was a bit of a waste to use it as a door curtain. Moreover, because no one took care of it, its color had already turned yellow and dull. Only the 3 gilded words "Sundry Goods Store" on the black signboard were still shining brightly. There were countless general goods stores in the world, so it wasn't all that strange for a large city to have several dozen general goods stores. However, there was only this one store that could be opened in this market where cultivators traded. Moreover, in this market, there definitely wouldn't be a second general goods store that existed. The moment Li Qingshan lifted the curtain and entered, he felt as if he had entered another world. In front of him was an inconceivably wide hall. The marble floor was smooth and shiny, and the noise on the street was completely blocked out by the curtain. There were a few elegant women dressed in palace attire sitting at a tea table in the hall, chatting softly with each other. If one raised their voice even slightly, it would create an echo effect in the hall. It was also a space expansion technique, but it was more than 10 times better here than in the inn. When the women in palace attire saw Li Qingshan, they exchanged glances and made excuses, seemingly unwilling. In the end, a beautiful woman helplessly stood up and dragged her palace attire over to greet him. "What does fellow Taoist want to buy?" Her face was lightly powdered. Although her smile was bright, it could be seen at a glance that she had been trained. Moreover, it was difficult to conceal the unwillingness on her face. This woman in palace attire was actually a 3rd-layer Qi practitioner. It was admittedly ingenious to use puppets as waiters in the 100 Flavors building, but it was even more impressive to have a Qi practitioner act as hostess. It was indeed worthy of being the center of the market, the headquarters of the School of Miscellany. Li Qingshan learnt quite a lot about the market from Sun Fubai. The name of the market was the Town of Flowing Clouds. It was not fixed to a single location. Instead, it constantly moved between a few locations with relatively more Qi practitioners. It was like a market for mortals, but they would stay for much longer. The reason why the market was located below the Greenvine Mountain this time was because the herb gathering ceremony of the 3 mountains was approaching. It had attracted many Qi practitioners who were prepared to explore the underground. Before the grand ceremony, talismans and spiritual tools that could increase one's strength were already selling like hotcakes. After the grand ceremony, Qi warriors would bring out all kinds of minerals and spiritual plants from the underground world, which would bring a new wave of sales. All of this was managed by the School of Miscellany of the Academy. They were responsible for the safety of all the Qi practitioners in the market, as well as maintaining normal transactions. Otherwise, why would high-level Qi practitioners negotiate with low-level Qi practitioners? It would be much faster to just kill them and search for their corpses. Although the Qi practitioners in the tea houses and restaurants did not belong to the School of Miscellany, they all needed to pay a sum of spiritual stones to the School of Miscellany every year. Only then could they operate here. When Li Qingshan asked where he could go to buy spiritual artifacts, Sun Fubai immediately recommended the store of miscellaneous goods. Although it was slightly more expensive than the stalls, the quality was relatively guaranteed. Li Qingshan did not lack spiritual stones, nor did he have a discerning eye, so this was obviously the most suitable place. Li Qingshan said, "I want to buy a weapon." The women in the tea houses giggled softly. "What weapon? Can't you just call it a spiritual artifact? You can tell with a single glance that you're a country bumpkin who's just emerged from the Jianghu. Don't tell me you've come to buy inferior spiritual artifacts. Ru Ping's going to make a fortune this time." Although she had suppressed her voice, Li Qingshan still heard everything clearly. As it turned out, this woman was called Ru Ping. That sure was familiar. As it turned out, these female cultivators were not just responsible for welcoming guests. They were also responsible for sales. It was no wonder they were so snobbish. "Please follow me." Although Lu Ruping couldn't hear what her companions were saying, she knew they were laughing at her, so she said coldly. Lu Ruping swayed her hips and climbed the stairs. Her swaying buttocks made Li Qingshan involuntarily think of the innkeeper from last night. He wondered if this was one of the female cultivators he'd introduced to accompany him to bed. He turned around and looked towards the main hall. Perhaps all of them are here. A Taoist wearing an azure robe walked through the door. Both his Taoist robe and the ancient sword on his back shone with spiritual light. In the world of Qi practitioners, this was the appearance of a rich person. The women in palace robes almost all went up to welcome him. One of them with a sweet appearance said loudly, "It's my turn." Only in the end did she go up. Like a victorious hen, she arrived before the Taoist. Her smile was much more sincere. Although it was impossible for him to have someone accompany him to bed, no matter what because of Little N's presence, he could not help but rejoice. Fortunately, he did not ask for one, or it would be far too unfair to him. He was still a virgin after all, so how could he allow himself to be ruined in the hands of a woman like that? Arriving before a room on the second floor, his gaze was immediately drawn away by a signboard. To no surprise, the words "Arsenal of Arms" were written on the signboard. Back in Qingyang City, hadn't he bought the tyrant's spear from the Arsenal of Arms? He had never thought he would actually see a branch in the city of cultivators. However, most Qi practitioners did not care about the gold and silver of the mortal world. Was there a need for a shop that sold spiritual artifacts to sell weapons in a remote, small city? The fact that they could open a store of miscellaneous goods in the School of Miscellany demonstrated their strength. Lu Ruping introduced with a professional smile, "The Arsenal of Arms is renowned in our Clear River Prefecture, and even the entire Rui Commandery. All the weapons here have been tested by masters, so they're definitely of the best quality, unlike those small stalls outside where the quality varies. They say they're low-grade spiritual artifacts, but they'll crack after a few clashes with others." "Then I'd like to take a look." As soon as Li Qingshan set foot in the store, His heart shivered. All of his hairs stood on end. He felt like an army that had fallen into an ambush. Vicious killing intent swept over him. He took a step out instinctively, and all of his bones crackled. His aura rose up abruptly, like the will of an army with a commander at the very front, ready to kill his way out of the encirclement. However, Li Qingshan immediately saw that there were no ambushes in the surroundings. There were only thousands of weapons arranged neatly on the weapon racks, stretching as far as the eye could see. A rough-looking, middle-aged man stood in the center of the weapon racks, staring at him in shock. "Sir, what's wrong?" Lu Ruping took 3 steps away from Li Qingshan and looked at him carefully. Just now, in that single moment, this man with a peculiar figure who gave off an extremely honest and gentle feeling had suddenly turned into some sort of vicious beast, ready to pick a person to devour. For the first time, she felt that perhaps this man was not as simple as he seemed. Only then did Li Qingshan realize the origins of the sharp killing intent. It came from these weapons. He erased his aura and asked in confusion, "Didn't you sense it?" Lu Ruping was stunned. "Sense what?" The rough-looking man walked over. "It's easy to sense the killing intent from people, but it's not easy to sense the killing intent from weapons. If you haven't gone through a few life-and-death situations and taken several dozen lives, how can you be so sensitive?" He clasped his hands at Li Qingshan. "I can tell with a single glance that you're someone who understands weapons. May I ask for your name?" Li Qingshan said, "My surname is Niu, and how should I address you, sir?" "Nice surname, nice surname. You really are as majestic as an ox. My surname is Zhang, so there's no need to be so polite. You can just call me Little Zhang." The woman laughed. "Old Zhang, you're pretending to be young again. Aren't you ashamed?" Little Zhang said, "Cultivators all pursue longevity. I don't have any hope in this life, so why don't you let me talk about it? Isn't that right, Sister Ping?" The shopkeepers in charge of the shops here were mostly not young Qi practitioners. Their cultivation speed was ultimately not faster than natural aging. There was basically no possibility for them to continue improving, so they chose to live a more leisurely and comfortable life. Lu Ruping spat. "Who's your Sister Ping? Don't talk nonsense. I've brought you a guest. Hurry up and help him choose a weapon." Just as Li Qingshan was about to speak, Little Zhang raised his hand. "Don't be in a hurry. Let me guess, what weapon do you want? P.S. I'm in Sanya right now. I'm out to play, but staying alone in an apartment for a day, writing 8,000 words while eating instant noodles at noon, then going to an internet cafe to post chapters. What kind of mental illness is this? I'm begging for guaranteed monthly votes. With your support, the moral emperor won't die." Chapter 2:23. Long whale water-sucking knife. Li Qingshan smiled and said, "All right, then go ahead and guess. Judging from fellow Taoist's physique, the weapon you've chosen is definitely not an ordinary one. Rather, it's a heavy weapon suitable for close combat that body refiners use. I wonder if my guess is correct." Li Qingshan's eyes lit up, and he said with a smile, "Yes, Little Zhang, your eyesight is not bad." As his strength grew, his requirements for weapons would also become higher and higher. The wind-entwining knife was already completely inadequate, and he hadn't reached the 6th layer of Qi refining yet, so he couldn't wield a mid-grade spirit weapon. Moreover, even if he reached the 6th layer of Qi refining, he might not necessarily use a small sword or a small knife as his main weapon. This was because at that time, his physique would definitely reach a new peak. Using a wind-entwining knife to directly chop someone would be much more efficient than riding a sword. Therefore, his requirements for weapons were not ordinary. Little Zhang saw through his needs at a glance and knew that he wanted a heavy weapon. This also meant that they had such a weapon here. How could he not be happy? When little Zhang heard that Li Qingshan was willing to call him that, he also beamed with joy. He lightly waved his hand, and a series of mechanical sounds rang out in the room. The weapon racks actually slid rapidly, changed positions, and suddenly stopped. A weapon rack slid in front of Li Qingshan. Sure enough, it was filled with huge swords and axes. Li Qingshan casually picked up a great spear and weighed it in his hand. He asked, "Don't tell me there aren't any mid-grade spirit weapons here." However, all of them were low-grade spirit weapons. Little Zhang smiled and said, "Of course there are." Ordinary chi refiners couldn't afford mid-grade spirit weapons, so they usually only brought people to see low-grade spirit weapons. With a clap of his hands, another weapon rack slid in front of Li Qingshan. The spiritual light of the spirit weapons on it was even denser. If you hadn't come here, it would really be difficult for you to buy a mid-grade spirit weapon for close combat. Lu Rupiying's eyes immediately lit up. Under her guidance, she would also get a share of the profits. Of course, she hoped that Li Qingshan would buy more and more expensive things. That was why, when Li Qingshan first came in, she wasn't too willing to entertain him and wanted to switch places with her companions. This was because Li Qingshan's attire, even in the mortal world, didn't look like a rich person. In the world of cultivators, he was the standard poor ghost. From top to bottom, there was not a single thing that shone with spiritual light. At this moment, he thought to himself, "You really can't judge a book by its cover." The smile on his face instantly became more sincere. Li Qingshan looked at the middle-grade spiritual weapons with a satisfied look on his face. "Look at this broken gold sword. It's made of pure gold and weighs 210 kilograms. It can use the golden crescent slash. It's supposed to be a two-handed sword, but I can see that you can use it with just one hand. Not only is it powerful, but it's also agile. Isn't it beautiful?" Little Zhang said as he patted the huge golden sword. Li Qingshan asked, "How much?" "I'll only sell it for 75 spiritual stones." As a result, Li Qingshan gained an estimate of the price of a middle-grade spiritual weapon. If he used the standard of exchange with the contribution of the Hawkwolf Guard, it would be around the same price. However, he shook his head. "I'm not too good with swords." Lu Rupiying chimed in, "Look at how beautiful this sword is. If you carry it on your back, you'll definitely look extraordinary." Little Zhang shot a glance at her. Choosing a weapon for a man is even more important than choosing a wife. Women, don't butt in. He could tell that Li Qingshan was someone who truly killed people with a weapon. He was not some young master from a sect or clan who could be fooled by a single word of extraordinary. Lu Rupiying curled her lip. Sure enough, she shut up tactfully. "If you're so capable, then sell it yourself. It's just a middle-grade spiritual weapon. I don't even want to waste my breath on it." Little Zhang introduced a few more weapons. None of them weighed less than 100 kilograms. Li Qingshan was very tempted. If he could wield a heavy weapon like that in battle, he could probably pierce through any protective true chi. However, after quite a while of consideration, he suddenly asked, "Do you have any high-grade spiritual artifacts?" Little Zhang was slightly surprised. "Sir, I do have a few high-grade spiritual artifacts here, but they're all treasures of the shop. They'll cost several hundred spiritual stones, at the very least, with some going for over 1,000. Normally, I don't show them to regular chi practitioners unless they're truly interested in buying them." Li Qingshan smiled. "If I don't show them to you, who'll buy them? Do you think I'm not sincere?" Lu Rupiying's gaze towards Li Qingshan immediately softened. A single high-grade spiritual artifact was equivalent to 10 mid-grade spiritual artifacts. It was a rare business deal. Little Zhang studied Li Qingshan and smiled. "Fair enough. Please come with me." "Sir." The three of them came to an extremely tightly sealed secret room. Little Zhang took out an item from his 100 treasures pouch. Sir, please take a look. This item was not made of metal, wood, or stone. It was azure blue in color, like ice. It was carved into the shape of a whale, and there was a spiritual light on it. It was indeed a high-grade spiritual artifact. Among high-grade spiritual artifacts, there are even fewer suitable for close combat. There's only one, and it's worth 852 spiritual stones. Li Qingshan had never seen such a strange weapon before. Hearing the price, his heart sank slightly. A high-grade spiritual artifact was actually this expensive. He only had a little over 300 spiritual stones left on him, and he could only buy a third of it. Moreover, he still had to save some to buy pill cauldrons and pill recipes, so he immediately ran out of money. His expression did not change. How do I use this? Little Zhang saw that Li Qingshan really wanted to buy it, so he couldn't help but become even more enthusiastic. He exchanged glances with Lu Rupiying. This time, he had met a rich customer. This item is called Whale's Ingestion of Water. You can use it however you like. Let me demonstrate it for you. As he spoke, he took out a large water jar from his 100 treasures pouch. The jar was filled with water. Little Zhang placed the whale's ingestion of water into the jar. The blue whale immediately opened its mouth, and in an instant, it sucked all the water in the jar clean. Watch carefully, sir. He raised his hand, and the whale's mouth spat out the water again. It condensed into the shape of a water blade, and suddenly froze, forming an ice blade. The whale's body became the blade's handle, and cold air filled the secret room. Lu Rupiying couldn't help but shiver, and said, "How magical!" Although Li Qingshan knew that she was acting, he couldn't help but nod in agreement. Not only had he never seen a weapon like this, he hadn't even thought about it. "Now, this is the whale's ingestion of water blade," Little Zhang said, and waved his hand again. The ice blade melted into water, forming an ice sword again. "This is the whale's ingestion of water blade. No matter what weapon you want, whether it's light or heavy, it's all up to you. What do you think?" "All right." Li Qingshan nodded. Normal weapons were all made of metal, and it was rare to see a pure water element weapon. If he used Gui water true qi to control it, it would definitely have a good effect. This was practically a weapon tailor-made for him. If a man really chose a weapon like choosing a wife, then he could be said to have fallen in love at first sight with the whale's ingestion of water. However, he was also worried. This ice blade is so fragile. Won't it shatter when it collides with metal? Little Zhang said, "Sir, you don't have to worry. The weapon formed by the whale's ingestion of water is comparable to profound ice and stronger than fine steel. To tell you the truth, the material of the ice blade formed by the whale's ingestion of water is a little weaker than normal high-grade spirit weapons, but it's definitely stronger than middle-grade spirit weapons. As long as it's not shattered in one hit, no matter how many cracks and gaps there are, it can immediately recover. There's no need for an artificer to maintain it," Lu Rupiying said. "Then it'll really save a lot of spirit stones and trouble. A simple repair of a high-grade spirit weapon would cost dozens of spirit stones." Little Zhang struck while the iron was hot. "And if you infuse it with spirit water, it'll be even more powerful. Since you're willing to buy such a weapon, wouldn't you be willing to buy some spirit water?" Li Qingshan's heart stirred. Wouldn't he be guarding an underground ice spring? He raised his hand and flicked the blade with force. A loud clang, like the sound of metal clashing, reverberated in the secret room. Lu Rupiying couldn't help but cover her ears. Little Zhang's perlicue shook violently. Only a white mark was left on the blade. He couldn't help but praise, "Sir, you're really strong." Li Qingshan knew he wasn't lying. Not only did he use his full strength in that flick, he also used his true chi. The 100-tempered saber was also shattered, but it only left a white mark on the ice blade. If it was replaced with the ice-congealing water, there was no need to worry about the hardness. He could even hang it on his waist, making it convenient to use at any time. Moreover, he could condense a saber even bigger and longer to display his advantage in strength. He could even condense a mace that weighed more than 1,000 kilograms. With a smash of the mace, any true chi magical protection technique would be like a piece of paper. For a moment, Li Qingshan's mind was filled with the various advantages of the whale's ingestion of water. He really admired the weapon craftsman who made this weapon. Other than that, what other uses does it have? Although Li Qingshan's expression didn't change, little Zhang had seen countless people and could already tell that he really wanted to buy it. That was why he was being so careful. Little Zhang was overjoyed. He immediately opened the secret room and brought Li Qingshan to the training ground that was specially used to demonstrate the functions of the weapon. He pointed at the steel target in the distance. All the ice water was sucked into the belly of the whale. The whale opened its mouth and suddenly shot out countless tiny icicles. In an instant, the steel target was pierced with countless black holes. Whether it was power or momentum, it was even fiercer than the 1,000-mechanism crossbow. Moreover, it had more than 30 rounds of ammunition. It could be used for both close combat and long-range attacks. Li Qingshan already wanted to snatch the whale's ingestion of water and use it himself. Little Zhang looked at Li Qingshan's expression, and the smile on his face became wider. The whale's ingestion of water in his hand suddenly flashed and gradually gathered in the mouth of the whale. With a bang, a ball of water shot out and hit the target that was riddled with holes. The target exploded with a loud bang and was blown into pieces. Li Qingshan said in shock, "Gui, water godly thunder." Last night, he had browsed through the Gui water condensation method and the related spells that came with it. There were mostly defensive, healing, and trapping methods. Gui water, true chi, wasn't very good at attacking. Among the many spells, Gui water godly thunder was the most powerful and important spell. Little Zhang said confidently, "Fellow Niao, what do you think?" Li Qingshan said, "It's a good item, but can you give me a better discount on the price?" Without waiting for Little Zhang to speak, Lu Ruping said, "Fellow Taoist, feel free to ask. Every item in this miscellaneous goods store has a price tag that can be found in the main catalog. Whether it's a spirit stone more or a spirit stone less, it's not allowed. It's to save you a lot of trouble. We definitely don't cheat anyone. P.S. For the remaining 2,000 words, please come earlier tomorrow at 8 o'clock. Although it's outside, I'll do my best to keep the pace of updating from 8 to 6. The time might be messed up, but the updates will be maintained. Please rest assured, everyone." Chapter 224. The price of the Yao Core. Little Zhang said, "Actually, I can tell that fellow Taoist is determined to get this item. If it was a vendor outside, they would definitely take the opportunity to increase the price. With fellow Taoist personality, you would most likely be at a disadvantage." Li Qingshan agreed. Whether it was his previous life or this life, he had no talent in bargaining. He didn't want to take advantage of others. He just didn't want to be cheated. "All right, I'll buy this item." Little Zhang beamed, and Lu Ruping revealed an expression of ecstasy. This time, those little bitches were going to regret their decision. Li Qingshan said, "However, I don't have enough spirit stones." Little Zhang's smile froze. "Fellow Taoist, you really know how to joke." Lu Ruping's expression instantly turned cold. Li Qingshan said, "Other than selling items, does this place also buy items?" Little Zhang said with a bitter expression, The arsenal of arms does buy some weapons, but the price is definitely cheaper than buying. He didn't believe that Li Qingshan could afford the whale's ingestion of water. Could he even take out a high-grade spirit artifact to trade for it? It was rare for a great practitioner to have a high-grade spirit artifact. No matter how he looked at it, Li Qingshan didn't seem to be one. What a waste of effort. Who knew that Li Qingshan really did have a high-grade spirit artifact, and not just one. The comb and needle from the two grannies, as well as the cursive sword calligraphy, had a total of 3. However, he couldn't sell any of them right now. Lu Ruping couldn't help but mock. Although this is a miscellaneous goods store, we don't buy all sorts of things. There's a pawn shop just downstairs. Fellow Taoist can try his luck there. Li Qingshan asked in return, "How many spirit stones can I pawn the Yao core for?" Little Zhang was stunned at first. Then he exclaimed, "Yao core? You have a Yao core?" Lu Ruping frowned. "It's not that easy to get a Yao core. Don't tell me you mistook it for some jewel?" Li Qingshan then took out the beast core he obtained from General White Fang of Black Rat Mountain from his 100 treasures pouch. "I would also like to ask the two of you to appraise this and see if it is a beast core or not." The earthy yellow demon core did not have any particularly bright spiritual light, but it contained the heart and blood of a demon for hundreds of years. Little Zhang and Lu Ruping spent most of their time in this grocery store. Although their cultivation bases weren't high, their eyesight was top-notch. They could tell at a glance that this was the legendary demonic core. Lu Ruping couldn't help but extend her hand to touch it, wanting to take a look. However, Li Qingshan had already put the Yao core back into the 100 treasures pouch. "Then I'll go ask around at the pawn shop." Lu Ruping hurriedly pulled on Li Qingshan's sleeve and bowed in apology. "I misunderstood you just now. Please be magnanimous and don't offend me. Wait a moment, I'll go invite our head shopkeeper over." She intentionally or unintentionally revealed the snow-white peaks inside her collar. If the head shopkeeper found out that she had chased away a customer who wanted to sell a Yao core, then she wouldn't need to stay here anymore. Moreover, in this period of buying and selling, she could earn spirit stones that she normally wouldn't even earn in a month. She raised her head and looked at Li Qingshan with a pleading expression. That robust figure seemed to be filled with masculine charm. Even if he had any special requests, it wasn't like she couldn't consider it. Li Qingshan glanced at the collar and knew that although 5 buckets of rice couldn't make people bow down, 1 Yao core was enough. Perhaps it could even do more. Little Zhang also said, "Fellow Taoist, you must stay. I already knew that this whale's ingestion of water was prepared for you. Actually, I wanted to give you a discount, but I'll have to wait for the head shopkeeper to come before I can make the decision." Li Qingshan pondered for a moment and realized that he had underestimated the value of this Yao core. He had originally thought that it was roughly worth a high-grade spirit artifact. However, a high-grade spirit artifact clearly wasn't enough to make these two people become like this. Li Qingshan had simply used the spiritual qi contained in the Yao core to estimate its value. However, he didn't know that a Yao core was also a necessity to refine some precious spirit pills. It was a sacred medicine that could increase the true qi and spiritual qi of a certain attribute. The thousands of years of peace between the human race and the demon race had directly caused this kind of resource to become rare. Qi practitioners ventured deep underground not only to harvest spirit herbs, but also to display enough strength. Basically, the demons would choose to escape. However, Qi practitioners would most likely set up formations to trap the demons in their nests. Of course, it wasn't to slay demons and slay demons for no reason, but precisely for this Yao core. Li Qingshan pondered for a moment, then said, "All right then, I'll wait here for a while." Lu Ruping swayed her hips and quickly left. Not long after, she brought back a stout old woman. Her true chi had actually reached the 9th layer of chi practitioner. Her face was full of wrinkles, and she didn't have the strange arrogance of a granny, nor did she have the lowly feeling of a procuress. Instead, she had an air of nobility about her, as she welcomed everyone with a smile. "I am Sure Pei, fellow Taoist. Are you selling a Yao core?" Li Qingshan said, "That's right." Sure Pei said, "Can you take it out for me to take a look?" Li Qingshan hesitated for a moment, then handed the Yao core to Sure Pei. Since the School of Miscellany could establish such a large market square and do so many businesses, they definitely wouldn't destroy their own reputation for a Yao core. Sure Pei carefully examined it. Lu Rupiang's face was full of nervousness. After a moment, Sure Pei said, "Fellow Taoist, the quality of this earth attribute Yao core is very good." Li Qingshan said, "May I know how much it's worth?" Sure Pei said, "About this, I have a suggestion. Fellow Taoist, listen to it. Before the herb gathering ceremony, there will be an auction in our store. If this Yao core is auctioned, it will definitely fetch a lot more spirit stones. We'll only take half of the profit. Even foundation building cultivators would appear at the School of Miscellany's auction. If they didn't have a few valuable items, wouldn't they be looked down upon? And people who could casually take out a Yao core would definitely be rich. If they could participate in this auction, they would be able to raise the price even more and set off the scene. This was killing 2 birds with 1 stone." Li Qingshan said hesitantly, "But I'm still in a hurry to use spirit stones to buy things." He wasn't too willing to give this precious Yao core to someone else. Sure Pei waved her hand and said to Lu Rupiang, "Today, as long as this fellow Taoist spending doesn't exceed 2,000 spirit stones, feel free to directly get the item for him. If fellow Taoists' Yao core can't be auctioned for this price, then put it on our tab." Lu Rupiang bowed gracefully. "Yes, head shopkeeper." Li Qingshan hid his astonishment. The value of this Yao core was truly beyond his expectations. However, he seemed to have thought of something, and his expression darkened slightly. Sure Pei frowned and said, "Is there anything else fellow Taoist isn't satisfied with?" Lu Rupiang said. Little Zhang agreed to give him a discount for this high-grade spirit artifact. Little Zhang rubbed his nose. Sure Pei asked, "Then we'll round it up and count it as 800 spirit stones for fellow Taoist." Li Qingshan said, "Since that's the case, then we'll do as Senior says." Just now, what he was thinking about wasn't this. Instead, he was thinking that there would probably never be a day where humans and demons could coexist peacefully. He also had a treasure in his body that was worth more than 2,000 spirit stones. A man's wealth was his own ruin. Chapter 225. Sword Chi 9 Astronomy Complete Text. Every word is below. Now that they had obtained another important auction item, they would be able to attract even more Chi warriors to the auction. Fellow Taoist, it's best if you save some spirit stones. I'll prepare a VIP seat for you during the auction. There will be many rare treasures. It would be a pity if you miss out on something you like because you're short of money. Li Qingshan's heart skipped a beat. What treasures will there be? You have a catalog? Perhaps he would be able to find the second half of the arts of the boundless ocean. Although he knew the chances were slim, he still kept it in mind. Sure Pei said, "It's not convenient for us to reveal the specifics, but we've advertised some of the extremely rare items. We'll be adding this Yao core soon. You can ask Rupiang about these. Fellow Taoist, feel free to ask me." Lu Rupiang smiled faintly, gentle and elegant. Her gaze towards Li Qingshan was even more affectionate. If Li Qingshan hadn't seen her change her expression before, he really would have been fooled by her. Shi Pei handed a jade lot to Li Qingshan. Fellow Taoist, remember, this item cannot be lost. We only recognize the lot, not the person. If someone else brings this lot, we'll also give them the spirit stones. Li Qingshan sank his consciousness into the jade lot, and a certificate immediately appeared. I'll take good care of it. Then he extended his hand towards Little Zhang. Little Zhang quickly placed the whale's ingestion of water into Li Qingshan's palm. A cold aura pierced his body, but it was extremely comfortable. As his true qi flowed into it, he immediately felt a connection with his blood vessels. However, there was a slight delay, as if his blood vessels were clogged with blood clots. Little Zhang said, "If you want to achieve the best effects of a high-grade spirit weapon, you need to spend some time refining it with true qi. Only then will you truly be able to use it as you wish and be invincible." Li Qingshan nodded. He didn't put it into his 100 treasures pouch, but held it in his palm. He played with it casually, sending his true qi into it bit by bit. This sparkling and translucent ice whale was as exquisite as a work of art. No one would have thought that it was a weapon. Shi Pei took her leave, and Lu Ruping said gently, "Daoist friend, if there is anything else you need, just let me know." Li Qingshan asked casually, "What if I say I want you?" Lu Ruping blushed. "Hey, fellow Taoist, how can you talk nonsense? Besides, what's so good about me? /web/John one word by word take me." Little Zhang chuckled as he watched from the side. It was obvious that he was already used to such a scene. He was also extremely happy to be able to sell a high-rank spiritual weapon. He teased, "With your spending today, our Ru Ping would not be able to refuse no matter what you want her to do." "Old man Zhang, if you talk nonsense again, I'll tear your mouth apart." Lu Ruping glared at Little Zhang, but she didn't seem to be angry at all. When Li Qingshan and Lu Ruping went downstairs, the few women in palace attire who were greeting the guests all heard what happened upstairs and raised their heads at the same time. Lu Ruping held her head high and puffed out her chest. Her expression was very different from her cold attitude when she went upstairs. She intentionally walked very close to Li Qingshan, wishing that she could stick her body to him. The fragrance of her cosmetics made Li Qingshan's nose itch. Although Li Qingshan had heard plenty about women finding sugar daddies throughout his 2 lives, he still could not help but be surprised when he became a sugar daddy like this. A woman could actually achieve something like this. Just how different were they from prostitutes in brothels? The eyes of the women in palace attire were full of envy and jealousy. How could Ru Ping be caught up in such a good thing? If they had gone up to greet him just now, when they looked at Li Qingshan, their gazes were very different. There was reverence in them that could intoxicate any man. Li Qingshan suddenly understood that this was the treatment of the strong. No matter what era or what world, the strong showed their might, and the weak relied on them. The strong gained, and the weak lost. Only losers would lament the fickleness of human nature. The weak would complain about the cruelty of society, and the strong only needed to grit their teeth and become stronger. After comprehending this point, that slightly uncomfortable feeling completely disappeared. He played with the ice whale with a carefree smile on his face. In Lu Ruping's eyes, she felt that he was even more charismatic. Of course, this was the charisma of an expert. Li Qingshan brought Lu Ruping to the tea table and pulled out a chair for her. Lu Ruping was naturally flattered and smiled in a very reserved manner. After Li Qingshan took a sip of tea, he asked about the auction. Lu Ruping naturally told him everything she knew. She told him all the auction items. Among them, there were all kinds of spiritual herbs, spiritual stones, rare and exotic beasts. There were 7 or 8 high-grade spiritual weapons alone. Lu Ruping also secretly revealed that the ultimate treasure of this auction was a supreme-grade spirit artifact. The starting price was 5,000 spirit stones, and it was estimated that it would sell for more than 10,000 spirit stones. Although Li Qingshan was tempted, he knew that this was not something he could afford. Even if he could afford it, he would not dare to buy it. Those who could take out so many spirit stones were at least foundation establishment cultivators at the level of the 3 mountain sect leaders. Snatching food from the tiger's mouth was purely seeking death. He would probably be killed the moment he stepped out of the market. Are there no cultivation methods to be auctioned? Lu Ruping shook her head. Li Qingshan lowered his head and sipped his tea, muttering to himself in silence. It made sense. How could he come across such things so easily? Otherwise, wouldn't all of Sun Fubai's years of effort have been fed to the dogs? However, he was not discouraged. The heavens did not disappoint those who persevered. His footsteps would definitely be much broader than Sun Fubai's. Lu Ruping saw that Li Qingshan was disappointed and hurriedly said, "There are no cultivation methods, but there is a piece of calligraphy." Li Qingshan asked casually, "What calligraphy?" Lu Ruping said, "It's called the sword chi calligraphy or something. Apparently, it was left behind by some ancient sword immortal, but in my opinion, it's just a middle-grade spiritual artifact. It's all over the place, so it must be an excuse for the auction. Only an idiot would be tricked into buying it. If you want to use it, of course a high-grade spiritual artifact is the best." Li Qingshan looked at the rippling green water in the cup and saw his expression change slightly without raising his head. He said, "Indeed, only an idiot would buy it. But since the sword chi calligraphy is a middle-grade spiritual artifact, what use does it have?" Lu Ruping said disdainfully, "Humph, it's just like its name. It can emit a few flashes of sword chi." The tea rippled. Li Qingshan held back his excitement and chatted with Lu Ruping a little more. However, he learnt that Lu Ruping's background was very similar to Qian Rongji's. They both came from a small clan that could not be regarded as a clan. Their talent was limited, and they could not use much resources either, so he could not help but sigh and grumble. Li Qingshan said, "It's said that the Hawkwolf Guard doesn't care about identity. Any chi practitioner can join. Why don't you try it?" Lu Ruping said in surprise, "The Hawkwolf Guard? That's a place where people die every day. And I'm not trying to boast, but I can earn much more than regular Hawkwolf Guards in a single month in this store of miscellaneous goods." Fair enough. Li Qingshan understood that she was completely different from Qian Rongji. She was nowhere near as discerning and vicious as that woman. However, if the world was filled with women like that, then men would no longer need to live. Lu Ruping could not help but say, "What else do you want to buy? Why don't you cut out a set of good clothes? My eye for clothes is very good. I'll pick out a few for you." Li Qingshan interrupted with a smile. "No, I want to sell a few more things." Lu Ruping was stunned. In the end, Li Qingshan sold all of the several hundred talismans on him aside from the high-grade and supreme-grade talismans to the store of miscellaneous goods. He earned another several hundred spiritual stones. It was close to the herb-gathering ceremony of the 3 mountains, so the value of talismans was very high. He had sold them all without any qualms. Originally, Li Qingshan wanted to buy a pill cauldron, but he gave up on that for now. He was in no hurry to refine pills right now anyway. If the sword chi diagram really was a part of the cursive sword calligraphy like he had expected, then he had to obtain it. He could not allow it to end up in the hands of others. The cursive sword calligraphy in his possession basically hovered between high grade and supreme grade. If he could find another piece and complete it, Then he would be able to obtain a supreme grade spiritual artifact worth over 10,000 spiritual stones. As for the cursive sword calligraphy, its actual value was probably far greater than that. Even Oxen had praised it a little. In the past, he might not have understood what that meant, but he understood very well just how great Oxen's standards were now. Normally, a mid-grade spiritual artifact would not be worth more than 100 spiritual stones. However, he could not treat everyone else as idiots. He could not guarantee that no one would be able to tell what was going on, so he had to ensure that nothing went wrong. He had to gather as many spiritual stones as he could to ensure that he could obtain it. With that, Li Qingshan ignored Lu Ruping's disappointed gaze. He made his way out of the store of miscellaneous goods and was about to leave the town. As he made his way through the bustling streets, he glanced back at the verdant green vine mountain again. He had no idea whether Yu Zijian would be able to wait for Hua Qinglu or not. Not everyone was worth waiting for, so he chose not to wait for anyone. However, he also hoped that she would be able to wait for the person she wanted to wait for. He arrived at the bookstore with the bamboo basket on his back and bid farewell to Sun Fubai before returning to the inn to check out. He turned around and left the inn, but he suddenly stopped. Yu Zijian stood in the sunlight outside the inn. Her smile was even more resplendent than the sunlight. She held the hand of a girl who seemed to be rather reluctant. She was Hua Qinglu. Li Qingshan smiled in relief. This was the value of human trust, wasn't it? If you could trust others bravely, even if you were deceived 100 times, you would still be able to make true friends. Although the path he walked was a lonely, courageous path, he still admired her bravery and decisiveness. Niu Juxia, this is Qinglu. Yu Zijian basically dragged Hua Qinglu over to Li Qingshan and introduced her to him excitedly. Hua Qinglu remained as cute as ever. She clasped her hands at Li Qingshan in a graceful manner and said, "I never thought the people of the Green Vine Mountain would be so bold. Thank you for taking care of Zijian during this period of time." Fei Li looked at Li Qingshan's tall figure and wondered inside. He had no idea how Zijian knew such a strange person. Chapter 226. Li Qingshan said, "That's no problem, Zijian. Since your friend has already come, I don't have to worry anymore. I still have some matters to attend to, so I'll be taking my leave first. I'll tell your father that you're already safe and sound." "That's right." Before the two of them could reply, Li Qingshan strode off, vanishing into the crowd in the blink of an eye. Hua Qinglu was young, but she was much more meticulous than Yu Zijian. If he came into too much contact with her, she would probably see through his disguise. Hua Qinglu muttered, "Zijian, that guy is so rude. Is he really helping you out of kindness? Though, his back seems a little familiar." "That's because Niu Juxia is very friendly. Why would he have any ill intentions?" Yu Zijian defended Li Qingshan in a hurry. Hua Qinglu shook her head. "You're young and ignorant. Be careful, or you'll end up being sold off. You'll still have to worry about it. You're the one who's young and ignorant. Niu Juxia is a good person, so why would he harm me?" Yu Zijian widened her eyes. "Forget it. I can't persuade you otherwise." Hua Qinglu turned around and left. Yu Zijian asked in a hurry, "Oi, where are you going?" Hua Qinglu raised her chin and pointed at a nearby mountain. The Green Vine Mountain, obviously. Li Qingshan returned to the proud sword manor. Yu Shuquang was no longer there, having gone out to collect food and drink. Li Qingshan thought about how Yu Zijian would return very soon anyway, so he did not take it to heart. He ventured deep underground from the manor outside the city. He was as familiar with this area as he was with his own back garden. He knew every single demon here. Now that he had transformed into his true demon form, he didn't have to worry about any demon being blind enough to attack him. Instead, there were quite a few who were tactful enough to come out and greet him. "Leader, you're back." Li Qingshan nodded, slightly sternly, maintaining his dignity as a leader. However, he thought inside, many of these guys are about to lose their lives to the demon cores in their bodies. Whose fault is that? If he was still a human, he probably wouldn't even consider such a problem. He would kill demons and hunt for demon cores as a matter of course. But when his body turned into a demon, he received the demon's help and became the demon's friend and leader. His thoughts also gradually changed. Passing through the deep and serene cave, they walked for an unknown period of time. A blue light flickered in the endless darkness, like the only bright star in the pitch-black night sky. Li Qingshan was like a wanderer who had finally returned home. A look of relief appeared on his face as he quickened his pace. Before he even entered the cave, he heard a heaven-shaking snoring sound. Li Qingshan shook his head. "You bastard, I've really seen through you. There was no need to hibernate, just like there was no need to be a vegetarian." However, he still maintained his primitive instincts. Probably because he didn't sense any danger, Millipede turned over on the stone platform and didn't get up. "Sleep a little longer if you can." Li Qingshan didn't wake him up. He sat on the edge of the stone platform, his back pressed against the cold stone. Feeling the ripples of spiritual light, he slowly entered a meditative state. Little and took out the Book of All and read it carefully. No matter how rich the information in the book was, it still couldn't compare to the reaction of the human mind. The Book of All. In the darkness, the blue butterfly flapped its wings 1,000,000 times, and a month quietly slipped away. Suddenly, a howling gust of wind swept through the quiet cave. The butterfly fluttered, and the sea of flowers swayed. At the end of the gust, Li Qingshan took a deep breath and stood up. Looking inwardly at his body, he revealed a satisfied smile. He had already converted all the true qi in his body into Gui water true qi. At the same time, he had opened a meridian and reached the 4th layer of qi refining. His true qi was unprecedentedly strong. He took out the cursive sword calligraphy and infused it with true qi. Sword qi shot out, silently piercing the stone wall. A blue butterfly fluttered in the air for a moment, then suddenly split into two. This kind of power would be able to instantly kill a 6th or 7th layer qi practitioner. Even a 9th layer qi practitioner would be in great danger. If he could really restore the cursive sword calligraphy to its original state, he looked forward to seeing just how strong it would be. Calculating the time, it was about time to attend the auction. Little and had already taken the initiative to stand in the bamboo basket. Li Qingshan said, "You stay here this time. It's quite troublesome for me to carry a big bamboo basket all the time, mainly because it's too eye-catching." Which qi practitioner didn't have 100 treasures pouch? He just had to carry a big bamboo basket. Whether it was in the bookstore or Lu Rupiing, he had asked about it indirectly. Although it was mostly out of curiosity, it was hard to guarantee that someone with observant eyes would notice anything. He promised, "If there's anything good to eat or drink, I'll definitely bring it back for you." "You think I'm annoying?" Little and pouted. "That's not what I meant." "You are." "Be good." "No." Li Qingshan glared, then let out a breath. Calm down, communicate, communicate." He crouched down. "Then why do you want it?" "I don't want to be separated from you." Little and lowered her eyes. Li Qingshan said, "Just for a little while." "Not even for a little while." "Then I don't care." Li Qingshan strode out of the cave, startling a flock of butterflies. After a few steps, he turned back and saw that she was still standing in the bamboo basket, not crying or making a fuss. She only looked straight at him, as if waiting for him to take her. He hardened his heart. I really don't care. When he reached the cave entrance, he couldn't help but turn back. However, her expression and posture hadn't changed in the slightest. If he really left like this, she could keep waiting for him like this. He sighed helplessly. Come with me. Together with the bamboo basket, they flew up and landed in Li Qingshan's hands. Little Anne had a triumphant smile on her face. Li Qingshan pinched her soft cheeks. I knew I couldn't be polite to you. Little Anne said, if I'm not by your side, I can't protect you. Li Qingshan was suddenly speechless. Holy Church, leader, please save some for me. Croak, croak. A frog was so anxious that it jumped and spoke human language. Don't talk nonsense, or I'll roast you and eat you. Li Qingshan held the whale's ingestion of water and put it into the mouth of the ice-condensed water spring. He swallowed to his heart's content. Now he had already absorbed 3 large vats of water, but it still didn't feel full. Although the frog was very anxious, it couldn't do anything. Only when the whale was full of water did Li Qingshan take it out with satisfaction. He took out a pearl dew pill and threw it to the frog. Here, this is for you. He wouldn't really look down on it. This frog was one of the strongest demon soldiers under him. If other Qi practitioners dared to take the spring water, even if they didn't die in its hands, they wouldn't be able to bring back even a drop of spring water. The frog coiled up like a snake and swallowed the pearl dew pill. Croak, thank you, leader. Although the spirit water was full of spirituality, it still couldn't compare to the high-quality medicinal pills made by humans. You stay here and don't forget the gathering, Li Qingshan said again, and walked back into the cave. Croak, croak, I won't forget. The frog croaked and jumped into the ice-condensed water. Li Qingshan strode through the cave. He shook the crystal whale in his hand, and with a clang, it spat out a huge blade. It even condensed a beautiful crystal handguard. It was the perfect weapon that could unleash Li Qingshan's advantage in strength. It was suitable for the length and size of his swing, and it was extremely heavy as well. It weighed over 500 kilograms. Even Li Qingshan could not use it with a single hand. Recently, he had constantly poured Gui water true Qi into the whale's ingestion of water. His aura had already completely linked up without any sluggishness anymore. It was like it had truly become an extension of his body. When he condensed the blade, he no longer needed to spit out water first and then condense it slowly. Instead, he could condense it instantly. However, the 4th layer Gui water true Qi was still slightly insufficient to unleash the power of a high-grade spiritual artifact. Li Qingshan arrived in the proud sword manner. Yu Shuquang had already returned, handing a full 100 treasures pouch to Li Qingshan. He wanted to say something, but he hesitated. Li Qingshan checked the 100 treasures pouch and smiled in satisfaction. Then he asked, "Why don't I see your daughter?" Yu Shuquang said in surprise, "Didn't she go to the Green Vine Mountain? How did she return?" Li Qingshan frowned. In other words, she still hasn't returned. Was the Green Vine elder really not going to give face to the Hua family? Yu Shuquang said, "It's not like she hasn't returned. Have you seen her?" As a result, Li Qingshan told him about his meeting with Yu Zijin below the Green Vine Mountain. Yu Shuquang sighed. "Thank you for your efforts. As long as she hasn't been bullied, I don't have to worry as a father. As for whether she goes to the 100 schools of thought or the Green Vine Mountain, that's probably not something we can control anymore." Li Qingshan said, "I'll be going to the Green Vine Mountain again very soon to see what has happened. Just wait here for my news." He passed another empty 100 treasures pouch to Yu Shuquang. "We still need to gather food, but there's no need to be in such a hurry. Just keep an eye out and be careful not to alarm too many people." The underground demons had an endless demand for food on the surface. It was also a great method for him to control his subordinates as the leader of the demon soldiers. He obviously needed someone to help him with this. Yu Shuquang said, "That's easy. The Proud Sword Manor has already bought over a dozen large restaurants and controlled a few large grain merchants. It'll be much easier for us to do this in the future." Li Qingshan smiled. "How thoughtful of you." He had not spent so much effort on Yu Shuquang for nothing. He just happened to be in need of a subordinate who could draw inferences. He did not have the time or energy to establish his own network in the human world, but Yu Shuquang did. Otherwise, he would never have been able to establish such a large Proud Sword Manor. He passed all the silver notes on him to him. "Go ahead with this. You don't have to worry about the silver. In the future, you definitely won't just be leading people of the Jianghu." Yu Shuquang's heart skipped a beat. He smiled. "If I'm not a person of the Jianghu, am I supposed to be a qi practitioner? With my talent, how am I supposed to be able to do that? I've reached the innate realm quite late too. It'll be impressive if I can reach the second layer." Li Qingshan's face sank. "If you're satisfied with the second layer, then ignore what I said." Second layer qi practitioners were existences at the very bottom among qi practitioners. Not only would a subordinate like that not be able to help him out much, but he would probably have to constantly deal with problems for him. It would be pointless then. Yu Shuquang looked into Li Qingshan's eyes. His pitch-black eyes seemed to burn with flames. The ambition and confidence hidden within them made Yu Shuquang's heart shiver slightly. Before this person, there was no need for him to feign modesty. It was the exact opposite. He needed to demonstrate sufficient ambition and confidence. Only then could he catch his eye, and this just happened to be what he was good at. I've heard that if you practice qi, and practice qi again, you can break through a certain barrier and step into the world of immortals. I want to try. Only then did Li Qingshan smile. He placed a pill of spring breeze and rain into Yu Shuquang's hand. That realm is called Foundation Establishment. It means that everything has just begun. There was a hubbub of voices in the town. Streams of people mingled and brushed past one another. Qi practitioners that regular people would rarely see were everywhere. Everyone's faces were filled with anticipation and nervousness. The herb gathering ceremony of the 3 mountains that happened once every 10 years was about to begin. It was set to be in 3 days' time. The great adventure of the underground world was about to begin. It was filled with opportunity and danger. Some people would strike it rich overnight, while others would die nameless. Everyone hoped that they were the former, while they hoped that everyone else was the latter. They had made sufficient preparations for this. Their gazes towards one another had already become extremely cold. The tranquil tea house that was usually extremely quiet was actually filled with guests. Lu Ziyu, who brewed tea, was basically so busy that he could barely move. Qi practitioners of the 6th layer and above had already become a common sight. Only they could afford to drink such a luxurious item. The situation was basically the same for the other stores. Business was extremely good. However, only the store of miscellaneous goods remained completely deserted. When people surged over there, they would be pushed away by an invisible barrier, unable to approach it at all. Unless they held an invitation, only great qi practitioners at the 6th layer or above could directly step through the formation and enter the building under the envious and admiring gazes of the crowd. Li Qingshan had arrived extremely early. He was already seated in the VIP seats, quietly waiting for the auction to begin. Looking outside, every single compartment was shrouded in a layer of smoke, blocking any probing gazes. At this moment, Lu Ruping walked in with a smile. Li Qingshan immediately said, "You can leave. I don't need your service." Lu Ruping's smile stiffened, but she saw how determined Li Qingshan was, so she could only leave. She thought, if you're heartless, then don't blame me for being heartless. The bamboo basket opened up slightly, revealing Little N's clear, crystalline eyes. "Did you not let me come because you wanted to pah?" Li Qingshan pressed down on the bamboo basket. What does a child know? A gong resounded through the hall. Shi Pei, dressed in a purple silk gown, strode onto the stage. She first bowed in all directions, expressing her gratitude for everyone's presence. Then she introduced herself and announced the start of the auction. One item after another was auctioned. From the initial stack of low-grade spirit talismans to mid-grade spirit artifacts, the value of the items grew higher and higher, and the competition became fiercer. Li Qingshan calmly waited for the only item he wanted, the Sword Qi Scroll, to appear. The next item is the Sword Qi Scroll written by an ancient sword immortal. It can emit sword qi. Although it's only a mid-grade spirit artifact, it contains the supreme Tao of the sword. Moreover, this Sword Qi Scroll should only be a fragment. If someone can find the other fragments and put them together, it won't be as simple as a mid-grade spirit artifact. The bidding starts now. The starting price is 100 spirit stones. As the scroll of calligraphy was unfolded, Li Qingshan's pupils suddenly shrank. Yes, this was it. Although he didn't understand calligraphy, the twists and turns of the strokes contained in it were exactly the same as in the cursive sword calligraphy. After confirming one last time, he looked at Little N. Little N was proficient in calligraphy and swordsmanship, so he definitely wouldn't be wrong. As Little N nodded lightly, Li Qingshan smiled. Although the starting price of 80 spirit stones was slightly higher than a regular mid-grade spirit artifact, it was still auctioned as a mid-grade spirit artifact. The 1,000 spirit stones he had prepared should not be a problem. As Shi Pei announced the starting price, there was a brief silence in the hall. 100 spirit stones to buy a mid-grade spirit artifact was really not worth it. Apart from a very small number of people like Li Qingshan, those who could sit in the hall were all experienced and knowledgeable qi practitioners who had participated in countless auctions. They were already very immune to the so-called ancient sword immortals. There were so many ancient cultivators who didn't pass down a few things. Even if this sword qi calligraphy had really shown brilliantly in the past, it was now just a mere mid-grade spirit artifact. No one dared to hope that they could find the other parts of it. Even if they found them, how could they piece them together? This item was similar to the arts of the boundless ocean. It seemed to have great potential value, but this value was really too uncertain. Most qi practitioners pursued practicality. Li Qingshan smiled slightly. Just as he was about to make his first bid, he suddenly heard an indistinct voice from a seat not far away. 200 spirit stones. The moment he made his bid, it was as if he was determined to win, directly dispelling the thoughts of many qi practitioners who wanted to make a casual bid. Shi Pei said, "All right, this fellow Taoist has made a bid of 200 spirit stones. Are there any other fellow Taoists who are willing to make a higher bid?" This sword qi calligraphy had been appraised by her, and she believed it to be a rare item. That was why she intentionally set the price a little higher than a normal mid-grade spirit artifact. If a rare item couldn't be sold for its value, then she would rather it not be auctioned and wait for another day. Li Qingshan sighed lightly. As expected, he wasn't the only one who could see the value of this item. He also made a bid, 300 spirit stones. The voice passed through the fog and immediately became distorted and indistinct. It was impossible to tell whether it was a man or a woman. Shi Pei took a deep look at the private room. She believed that it was Li Qingshan's room. A smile appeared on her face. It seemed that this rare item could be sold for its proper value. As expected, after a moment of silence, the guest in the other private room made another bid, 400 spirit stones. He actually directly raised the price to 100 spirit stones. The crowd was silent at first, then became slightly noisy. 400 spirit stones was already enough to buy a slightly inferior high-grade spirit artifact. Why would someone use it to buy a mid-grade spirit artifact? Could it be that this sword qi calligraphy really had some secret? Or was it someone hired by Zagia to intentionally raise the price? Although there were many people who were tempted, no one dared to risk the spirit stones in their 100 treasures pouches. They could only silently watch the two people bidding. They were slightly surprised that the first round of bidding had already begun before the high-grade spirit artifacts appeared. Li Qingshan frowned and calmly said, 500 spirit stones. Chapter 2:27. Li Qingshan also heard it, but he didn't care and continued, 700 spirit stones. 800 spirit stones. Holy Hall. Li Qingshan directly said, 1,000 spirit stones. The scene fell into a momentary silence. Even for a superior grade spirit artifact, it was extremely rare for it to be worth more than 1,000 spirit stones. Could it be that the sword qi calligraphy really had such an extraordinary ability? Everyone had the same thought, but at this moment, no one dared to make a bid. If they made a bid and really spent more than 1,000 spirit stones to buy this medial grade spirit artifact of unknown uses, then they really wouldn't be able to cry even if they wanted to. Is there anyone else who wants to continue bidding? If there isn't, this sword qi calligraphy belongs to this fellow Taoist. Sure, Pei-Pei's eyes turned, and her wrinkled face was full of smiles. There was no more sound from within the thick fog. It was unknown whether it was because she felt it wasn't worth it, or because she had other plans in mind. Sure, Pei-Pei said to Li Qingshan, fellow Taoist, the sword qi calligraphy is yours. A moment later, the sword qi calligraphy was delivered to Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan couldn't wait to open it. The strokes on the scroll were twisted, and the sword qi was fierce. It was just that it was half the size of the cursive sword calligraphy, which was why it could be considered a medial grade spirit artifact. It seemed that when this calligraphy was separated, it wasn't equal. The problem now was, how was he going to fuse them together? Li Qingshan tried to take out the cursive sword calligraphy and stack it with the sword qi calligraphy. He shook it, but they didn't seem to have any intention of fusing, which made him slightly disappointed. But he immediately pulled himself together. His current cultivation was too low, and it was very difficult for him to control a superior grade spirit artifact. He couldn't refine a supreme grade spirit artifact at all. Otherwise, the cursive sword calligraphy wouldn't be as simple as just releasing sword qi. Only when his cultivation increased and he refined both spirit artifacts at the same time would he be able to try again. Little and watched eagerly. Li Qingshan casually passed the sword qi book to Little, and Li Qingshan glanced at the room shrouded in mist and muttered to himself, why does this person want to buy this sword qi book? Little and immediately began to study the sword qi book. He lay on the floor covered with a thick silk carpet, his left hand supporting his chin, and the fingers of his right hand forming a sword. Within an extremely small area, he moved quickly, leaving behind a series of stagnant afterimages. It looked like he was performing a sword dance, but it also looked like he was writing, but it was extremely rhythmic and beautiful. Her comprehension of the cursive sword calligraphy's sword intent had increased by another level. When he heard Li Qingshan's words, Little and tilted his head and said, perhaps he's the same as me. He suddenly stabbed out with his finger sword dozens of times, tearing through the air and stirring up a fierce wind. The wind immediately howled in the room, causing Li Qingshan's clothes to flap in the wind. Li Qingshan suddenly understood. Yes, this was the most likely reason. If they didn't obtain a part of it, no Qi practitioner would be willing to risk a few hundred spirit stones. At this time, there were a few soft knocks on the door. Li Qingshan opened the door, and Lu Ruping said, "Just now, the fellow Taoist who was bidding against you wants to see you." Li Qingshan said, "All right, I also want to see him." He became more and more certain of his speculation. If he put together a piece of the Sword Qi book, then the cursive sword calligraphy would definitely be a supreme grade spirit artifact. If he could obtain another fragment, then what would it be? A legendary spirit artifact. Lu Ruping backed out obediently. She actually had no intentions of pestering him anymore. After leaving the room, she smiled disdainfully, but she was in no hurry to pass on the message. Instead, she turned in the direction of another room and knocked on the door. A young man opened the door. To no surprise, it was Mu Jitsong. When he saw her enter, he directly asked, "What took you so long?" Lu Ruping said coquettishly, "The customer who was bidding earlier wants to see this guy surnamed Niu, so he's a little late. Senior brother Mu, please don't take offense." Mu Jitsong did not take this matter to heart. He turned around and said, "Senior brother Song, I never thought this bastard would actually be so rich. If he sells that demon core, he'll have 2,000 or 3,000 spiritual stones on him at the very least. Senior brother, you can say that this is a blessing in disguise. The sacred hall. The person who sat there was actually the senior brother Song of the Pheasant's Grace Mountain, Song Ming, who had been tossed out of the wall by Li Qingshan in a single move. Lu Ruping helped him out. That's not all. He just spent 800 spiritual stones to buy a high-grade spiritual artifact, and he used a talisman to exchange for a few hundred spiritual stones. Originally, in the school of miscellany, the transactions of customers were all kept a secret, or they would be severely punished. However, she had failed to curry favor with Li Qingshan, so she became resentful. Mu Jitsong just happened to come at this time to ask about Li Qingshan, so he told her to report to him immediately as soon as she saw Li Qingshan. He promised her some benefits. When Lu Ruping saw Li Qingshan step into the store of miscellaneous goods, she immediately turned around and told this to Mu Jitsong, who was in another compartment. As for Mu Jitsong, he had other plans. Song Ming sat there, without moving. He glanced at Mu Jitsong and said, "You purposefully told me this information. Just what are you planning?" Mu Jitsong walked over and patted Song Ming's shoulder. "The disciples of the Three Mountains are like birds of a feather. Senior brother, how can I just stand by and watch you be humiliated? I just happened to come across this thief a while ago, so I wanted to kill him and get him out of here. Unfortunately, I don't think you're this bastard's opponent, so it's even more impossible for me to defeat him with my cultivation. Now that the people of your esteemed sect are nearby, there's really no better opportunity for revenge." Although he was smiling, killing intent flickered inside. "Niu Juxia, oh Niu Juxia. Originally, we wouldn't have had to go this far, but since you're still bold enough to take Zijian away, don't blame me for being merciless. You're just a mere independent cultivator, yet you're so arrogant. Even if you don't die to my hands, you'll die somewhere else. I'll just treat it as sending you off in advance." Song Ming clenched his fists as his face paled. After the battle, he had become renowned in the Three Mountains. He was often mocked by others, which was basically the greatest humiliation he had ever experienced in his life. He could not swallow this no matter what. Now that he thought about how his enemy was nearby, his eyes reddened even more, and the 3,000 spiritual stones were enough to interest any Qi practitioner. No matter what Mu Jitsong's scheme was, he had to try it. In the end, he asked carefully, "Doesn't your Green Vine Mountain want a piece of the pie for something so good?" Mu Jitsong said, "Our Green Vine Mountain is the host. If we work together to kill an independent cultivator before the herb gathering ceremony, it'll probably make everyone panic and affect the progress of the ceremony. I wouldn't dare to do that, even if I were bolder. However, if it's a personal grievance, then there's nothing to say. Not to mention, will Senior Brother Song not give me a piece of the pie?" Song Ming's expression changed. Suddenly, he snorted coldly and left the room. "Help me keep an eye on him." Mu Jitsong said, "Ru Ping, keep watching him. Once it's done, you'll get plenty of benefits." Ru Ping stuck close to him and fawned over him. She said softly, "I knew that brute wouldn't be able to escape from your schemes." Mu Jitsong became impatient. He pushed her aside and made his way out. Ru Ping stamped her foot viciously. None of these men were good. Li Qingshan had no idea about the schemes and schemes outside. The auction had broadened his horizons. He gained a rough estimate of the value of spiritual artifacts and spiritual herbs. However, his item had yet to be auctioned. He wanted to see just how much the demon core was worth. A while later, an earthen yellow demon core was placed on the stage. A 7th grade earth element demon core. It can be used to make earth element pills. The starting price is 1,000 spiritual stones. Shi Pei gave a series of introductions to the functions of the demon core. In the end, she announced the starting price just now. Just the starting price was even higher than regular high-grade spiritual artifacts. Not only was it rarer, but it could be used in a wider range as well. Shi Pei looked at the few viewing boxes with the best seats at the very top. It had been extremely quiet the entire time, as if there was nothing there that could interest the people inside. Li Qingshan pursed his lips. He considered whether he should make a few bids and add fuel to the fire. However, he discovered very soon that there was no need for that. Finally, the first bid was heard from the few viewing boxes at the very top. 1,200 spiritual stones. 1,500. 1,600. The price of the demon core rose rapidly. The smile on Li Qingshan's face grew wider. He hugged Little and rubbed her radiant face. "Haha, we're rich." The noisy and lively venue quietened down once again. The auction had ended, and the lights on the stage dimmed. However, Li Qingshan could still clearly see the remaining aura in the air. The enthusiastic atmosphere seemed to have not dissipated. Li Qingshan was still sitting in the viewing box. He didn't leave. He was reminiscing about the bidding war just now. Of course, it didn't have much to do with the demon core. It was a supreme-grade spirit artifact in the shape of a small bottle. The base price was 3,500 spirit stones, and the base price of each bid was 500 spirit stones. Every time the price was raised, the Qi practitioners below the stage would blush, and their hearts would race. However, the Foundation establishment cultivators were calm and collected, bidding in a relaxed and composed manner. From the beginning to the end, whether they won or lost, there was not a trace of anger in them. There was absolutely no Qi practitioner who dared to participate in such a dull bidding war. In the end, the supreme-grade spirit artifact was sold to the guest in the Western Room at the price of 9,500 spiritual stones. The one who won in the end even calmly said, "You let me win." Li Qingshan admitted that he didn't have this kind of demeanor. It had nothing to do with breadth of mind and bearing. It was purely due to the difference in strength. He increasingly felt that whether it was a human or a demon, only after they had passed the first heavenly tribulation could they be considered to have truly stepped onto the path of cultivation. It was like a child learning how to walk and talk. They could stagger towards their goals and express themselves. Previously, Qi practitioners and demon beasts were just learning how to crawl on the ground. Of course, the demon core finally met Li Qingshan's expectations. Just as Sherpeipei had expected, the Earth Attribute Demon Core was sold for more than 2,000 spiritual stones. In the end, it was sold for 2,600 spiritual stones. Chapter 228. Adding on the spirit stones he had prepared from selling the spirit talismans, Li Qingshan's spirit stones had once again reached 2,000. He was even richer than before he had bought the whale's ingestion of water. Sacred Hall, the reason why he was still sitting here was because he was waiting for the Qi practitioner who wanted to buy the sword Qi calligraphy. If he really did have another copy of the cursive sword calligraphy, then he would use these spirit stones to buy it from him. Footsteps came from outside the door. Li Qingshan opened the door and found Lu Rupiying standing there. Congratulations, fellow Taoist. Not only did you sell the Yao core for a high price, you also obtained what you wanted. Li Qingshan glanced at the empty space behind her. Where's that person? Lu Rupiying said. That fellow Taoist suddenly changed his mind. I'm sorry for making you wait. If there's nothing else you want to buy, please leave. Li Qingshan was a bit surprised. Could it be that that person didn't want the sword Qi calligraphy anymore? Or was his speculation wrong? That person had been sent by the School of Miscellany to raise the price. Lu Rupiying's change in attitude made him even more suspicious. He said, "See you again," and brushed past Lu Rupiying. Lu Rupiying's back was facing him. Her lips opened and closed, but no sound came out. She said, "See you again." She combed her hair and said in her heart, "But I still have to thank you." All she had done was sell Li Qingshan's appearance to the Qi practitioner, and she had received 20 spiritual stones. It was rare to come across such a lucrative deal. Ever since she met this Nyo guy, she could be said to have been rolling in money, whether it was from the School of Miscellany's rewards from his business or selling information about him to others. She had made a lot of money. However, she didn't notice that Li Qingshan had inadvertently turned around and looked at her back. His eyes flashed with a cold light. There were many people who could be vicious and merciless, but there were very few who possessed both intelligence and foresight. Qian Rongji was one, but there weren't many Qian Rongji. At the very least, she hadn't truly seen through Li Qingshan's personality. A favor of a meal must be repaid, and a grudge must be avenged. The sun shone weakly on the street, far from being able to offset the chill brought by the fierce cold wind. As long as one was a Qi practitioner, they would be able to ignore this degree of temperature change, let alone Li Qingshan's demon body. However, he felt a deep chill. It wasn't because of the temperature, but because he sensed danger. This was a keen instinct that he had gained after transforming into a fiendish demon. As his cultivation increased, it became even sharper. This sharpness was no longer a so-called sixth sense. Instead, it directly benefited from the spirit turtle's method of sea suppression. Shamans were adept at using tortoise shells for divination and foreseeing the astronomical phenomena and the future. The tortoise carried the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams on its back and possessed extraordinary spirituality. As his cultivation increased, this spirituality gradually revealed itself. Although it could not foresee the future, it could still sense evil. Li Qingshan exhaled, softly. He raised his head and closed his eyes. The clamor around him disappeared without a trace. A faint feeling of being watched surfaced in his heart. Not only did the person watching over him possess extraordinary cultivation, but they were also extremely skilled at concealing their presence. Even if he did not pay close attention, he would struggle to discover them. Li Qingshan opened his eyes. He did not hide in the safe town. Instead, he made his way out of the town. Danger would not disappear with time. He could only face it bravely. He stepped out of the town, and the ground sank slightly, forming a circular pit. It was like he had stepped on a trampoline. Li Qingshan shot over 100 paces away. His large figure charged towards the pure white snowy mountains with unbelievable speed. He turned around a mountain pass and vanished. The forest rushed towards him before retreating quickly. He dodged them all nimbly. If he really could not dodge them, he would directly smash through them. However, he refused to stop at all. He did not even use the spirit turtle's method of sea suppression to hide his presence. 1,000 paces away, a masked man in black stopped hiding and pursued him. Li Qingshan glanced backwards, and his eyes narrowed slightly. An 8th-layer Qi practitioner. However, that was not any danger at all. It should not have given him such a great sense of danger. Was that all? He did not stop at all. Instead, he pushed himself forward with all his might. His body leaned forward, and his hands would touch the ground from time to time. He was like a vicious black tiger running through the mountains and forests, assuming the form of the tiger demon. The sacred Hall the Masked Man cursed inside. He was determined to obtain the sword Qi calligraphy, but he never thought someone would interfere. Originally, he wanted to meet with Li Qingshan and take the sword Qi calligraphy back no matter what. However, upon further thought, if he bought it, he would have to spend over 1,000 spiritual stones at the very least. That was basically cutting off his flesh. As a result, he became interested in killing and stealing. In order to avoid alerting Li Qingshan, he went as far as to spend 20 spiritual stones to buy information on Li Qingshan from Lu Rupiying. However, he did not expect that kid to be so vigilant. As soon as he left the market, he ran with all his might. His speed was surprisingly fast. However, he sneered inside. If you hide in the town, I won't be bold enough to touch you, but if you run out, you'll just be digging your own grave. It won't be that easy to shake him off. He used his movement technique, and true Qi revolved around him, shooting towards Li Qingshan like a black arrow. In a snow-covered valley, the surrounding trees were all withered. Like a black spear, it pierced straight into the sky. Li Qingshan seemed to have exhausted all his strength. He stood knee-deep in the snow. His body naturally emitted spiritual energy. Any Qi practitioner could tell that he was in the 4th layer of Qi practitioner, and he was very tired. Why aren't you running anymore? After a short pause, a cold and proud voice came from behind him. Li Qingshan suddenly looked back. All he saw was a masked man in black walking through the snow, emerging from the jungle. He did not leave behind a footprint in the thick snow as he stared at him coldly. Although he had pursued him for several dozen kilometers, his true Qi had basically not been depleted at all. Li Qingshan turned around and asked in shock, "Why are you chasing me?" The masked man said, "Hand over the sword Qi calligraphy." Li Qingshan frowned. "I don't know what the sword Qi calligraphy is. Information about his identity should be kept a secret." The first person he suspected was Lu Rupiying. He did not know if it was the rules of the School of Miscellany, but he had become her exclusive guest. She was the one who took care of everything in the store. However, he did not dare to be completely sure. But what if it was really that woman? Humph, he did not care about being schemed against. He was not that broad-minded. The masked man said sternly, "You still dare to lie to me. If I say it's you, then it's you." As he spoke, a black cone-shaped stream of air formed in front of him and shot towards Li Qingshan's chest. Li Qingshan dodged, in a sorry state, and fell into the snow. He hurriedly shouted, "Wait, it's me. I'll give it to you." The masked man laughed. "At least you know what's good for you." Li Qingshan reluctantly took out the sword Qi calligraphy and asked, "Tell me, who told you that I bought the sword Qi calligraphy? Was it that woman who passed the message?" The masked man casually grunted and looked at the sword Qi calligraphy with excitement. He did not know if he had thought of the same thing as Li Qingshan when he obtained the sword Qi calligraphy. Li Qingshan said hatefully, "I won't let her go." The masked man thought to himself, "Why would I let you go?" He changed the topic. "Also, hand over your 100 treasures pouch." Li Qingshan shouted, "Don't even think about it." The masked man said, "Then I'll take it myself." He patted his waist, and a shining small sword flew out, heading straight for Li Qingshan's head. He was a bit careless. The flying sword of an 8th layer Qi practitioner could deal with a 4th layer Qi practitioner as easily as cutting melons and vegetables. The reason why he said so much was just to be cautious. He wanted to test if Li Qingshan had a powerful master to back him up, so he did not offend someone he could not afford to offend. After testing and confirming that Li Qingshan was indeed a normal loose cultivator, he did not hesitate to kill him. A ray of light reflected off the sunlight and dazzled the masked man's eyes, turning into a rainbow. It only took an instant. The sound of metal clashing and sparks flew everywhere. The flying sword spun and flew high into the sky. A black cloud shrouded the masked man's head. He raised his head in surprise and saw a pair of eyes filled with killing intent. Then he saw a blade, a long blade made of ice. In a daze, he seemed to see a huge black tiger pouncing towards him with an ice crystal blade in its mouth. Heaven and earth were filled with killing intent. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Li Qingshan threw himself onto the snowy ground and quietly held the whale's ingestion of water in his hand. The ice blade formed, and the moment the flying sword was about to hit him, he swung the blade upwards and sent the flying sword flying. Without any hesitation, he threw himself forward and exerted strength in his limbs. He was like a tiger pouncing on its prey, pouncing towards the masked man. This kid hid his strength. The black-clothed masked man was worthy of being an 8th layer Qi practitioner. In an instant, he broke free from the restraints of the killing intent. As this thought flashed through his mind, he crossed his hands several times, then raised them up. Raising fire to burn the heavens, a black energy howled and spiraled out. The blade and the black energy collided fiercely, giving off an ear-piercing sound. It was like a chainsaw cutting through metal. Ice shards flew everywhere. Li Qingshan let out a wild roar and poured all of his Gui water energy into the blade. He did not hold back at all. He gathered all of his essence, Qi, and spirit into the blade and chopped down with all his might. It was like a volcano that had been suppressed for 1,000 years had finally erupted. An extremely comfortable feeling welled up in his heart. Regardless of the outcome of this strike, he already felt extremely carefree. The ice crystal blade was also extremely carefree. It broke through the black energy vortex. The masked man turned pale with fright. This was definitely not the strength of 4th layer Qi practitioner. Should have. The blade cut through the protective energy, giving off a sharp whistling sound. A stream of blood splattered onto the pure, white, snowy ground. Following that, a strong wind swept away the snow within a radius of several feet, revealing the black frozen ground below. On the frozen ground, there was a deep blade mark. Li Qingshan held the blade and stood upright. He gently touched the frozen blood on the blade and raised his head to look at the top of the forest. The masked man covered the wound on his chest and looked down. Their eyes met. It was like an invisible blade and sword clashing in the air, fiercely colliding countless times. Chapter 229. A startling sword the black-clothed masked man formed a sword seal. His eyes were filled with cold fury, and he no longer dared to be careless. Although he had taken advantage of his carelessness, he definitely could not face an enemy who could injure him in one strike with the same attitude as a fourth-layer Qi practitioner. However, he was not worried. If he wanted to use a close-range weapon to fight against a flying sword, it would only be possible if he had an overwhelming advantage. Otherwise, he would definitely be slaughtered. Li Qingshan also knew this. He shook the whale's ingestion of water, and the ice saber suddenly turned into an ice shield. With a series of clanging sounds, the flying sword changed directions dozens of times and hit the ice shield dozens of times. Not only did it not break the ice shield, but it also froze over, and its speed became slightly slower. The flying sword shook once again, and its speed recovered. It continuously searched for Li Qingshan's weakness like a snake or a bird. However, the whale's ingestion of water was filled with ice condensate water, and the ice shield it formed was half a foot thick. It covered most of Li Qingshan's body. Although the flying sword was extremely agile, it could not break through it in a short period of time. A high-grade spirit weapon. The black-clothed masked man's eyes became even colder and brighter. According to that woman, even the beast core was sold by him. This was actually a blessing in disguise. Killing this person would definitely reap great rewards. He took out a scroll from his 100 treasures pouch and unfurled it. The strokes on the scroll were twisted, and there was sword Qi. It was another cursive sword calligraphy. Li Qingshan's hair stood on end. A strong sense of danger surged in his heart, as if a great disaster was about to befall him. Dozens of sword Qi cut through the raging wind, pierced through the drifting snow, and flew toward Li Qingshan. Vertical was the fastest, and in the blink of an eye, it was right in front of Li Qingshan's eyes, and pierced deeply into the ice shield. Horizontal was the slowest, but it was majestic and contained power. It seemed to be able to cut through all life, and it left a deep mark on the ice shield, causing ice shards to fly everywhere. Skimming and suppressing drew a deadly arc as they circled around Li Qingshan's back and went straight for his unprotected back at almost the same time. But the most subtle and fatal one was a hook. It suddenly hooked into the sky, then hooked into the earth. There was no way to predict its trajectory. It suddenly hooked into the black frozen earth. Li Qingshan felt a cold, murderous aura seeping out from the soles of his feet, trying to hook his life and soul. The flying sword did not stop at all. It kept searching for Li Qingshan's flaws. Li Qingshan let out a growl. The whale's ingestion of water spat out all of the ice condensate water, forming a ball of ice around him. It also formed the shape of the spirit turtle's profound shell. Piercing, smashing, slicing, and ripping, the ball of ice that was supposed to be tougher than steel was like a fragile soap bubble under the assault of the sword Qi. It produced a series of cracking sounds, and cracks immediately covered the entire ball of ice. Li Qingshan was amazed. This was the first time he had witnessed the true power of the cursive sword calligraphy in the hands of someone else. The true Qi of an 8th-layer Qi practitioner granted the cursive sword calligraphy absolute destructive and lethal power. If Li Qingshan had not used ice condensate water but regular spring water or even spiritual water, he definitely would not have been able to block the attack. But at a closer glance, the cursive sword calligraphy in the masked man's hand paled in comparison to his own, both in terms of size and glow. It was only equivalent to a high-grade spiritual artifact. The masked man was slightly surprised. Who knew how many Qi practitioners stronger than him he had killed with this sword calligraphy, yet it actually failed to breach the defenses of a puny Qi practitioner today. The flying sword hovered in the air quietly. The masked man said, "Where did you get that high-grade spiritual artifact in your hand from? It can actually block my sword Qi?" No wonder you're so determined to obtain the sword chi calligraphy. So, you really do have another fragment. It won't be so easy to kill me now. Li Qingshan shook the whale's ingestion of water, and the ball of ice once again transformed into an ice blade. There were no cracks on it, but it had consumed a lot of his true chi. He took out a spirit stone to recover his true chi. The masked man suddenly laughed loudly. Li Qingshan said, "What are you laughing at?" The masked man said, "The more good things you have, the happier I will be, because these things will all belong to me in the end." Li Qingshan said, "Is that so? Then it looks like I have to laugh too." The masked man narrowed his eyes. "You've seen my moves just now. Do you still think you can escape death? Your arrogance is indeed not bad. Even I was almost fooled by you. But little tricks are useless in the face of absolute strength." He touched the terrible wound on his chest. Under the effect of his true chi, it had already begun to heal. It wouldn't be long before it would be as good as new. The reason why he had stopped to talk to Li Qingshan was largely because he wanted to use this opportunity to recover from his injuries. He wanted to use his Jinqi to expel the cold air from his body. His injuries were basically healed, so he didn't waste any more words. He pointed at Li Qingshan. "Go!" The flying sword shot towards him. Li Qingshan also used the spirit stone to recover his true chi. He didn't transform into his demon form. He couldn't release his demon aura here. The surrounding desolate mountains could be hiding many chi practitioners preparing to participate in the herb gathering ceremony. There might be spying eyes on the distant peaks of the snowy mountains. They were here to kill demons. Once they felt the demonic aura, even Foundation establishment cultivators might be alerted. He couldn't take this risk. A normal 4th layer chi practitioner obviously couldn't defeat an 8th layer chi practitioner. But he wasn't just a normal 4th layer chi practitioner. Moreover, he still had a trump card that he hadn't used yet. With a thud, the flying sword stabbed into the shield. Li Qingshan took out the low-grade spirit shield that he hadn't used for a long time and turned it into the size of a table in front of him. In his other hand, he used the whale's ingestion of water to suck in all the ice and water. He pointed it at the black-clothed, masked man on the treetop. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Countless icicles shot out. The black-clothed masked man didn't care. He waved his sleeves, and a strange air current appeared dozens of feet in front of him. Although it wasn't very strong, with a light flick, all the icicles were deflected. Clang, clang, clang. The icicles shot into the dense forest. The treetop trembled, and snow fell. There was a huge sound. It was as if a group of invisible elephants had charged into the forest. The towering trees toppled one after another. The icicles shot into the tree trunks and exploded with a cold air current that froze the tree trunks. The impact directly snapped many of the giant trees in half. It could be seen that the power of this move wasn't weak. If it was used to deal with a 6th layer chi practitioner, it would be a terrifying killing move. However, it was far from enough to deal with an 8th layer chi practitioner. Every time a meridian was opened, the true chi would multiply. This black-clothed, masked man didn't just have powerful true chi. He also had exquisite techniques. The black-clothed, masked man seemed to be a bit impatient. However, he only controlled the flying sword to attack. He wasn't willing to take a step closer to Li Qingshan. Instead, he was constantly on guard against him. He had a deep understanding of the terror of body refiners. He definitely wouldn't give him any chance to attack. He focused all his attention on the flying sword. The flying sword's speed became faster and faster. The sword's body was long gone. Only countless sword lights could be seen. They interweaved around Li Qingshan, forming a sword net. A series of ringing sounds rang out. Li Qingshan brandished the shield to defend himself. Every time the sword light streaked past, it would leave a deep cut on the shield. In the blink of an eye, the shield was covered in scars. The spiritual qi around it had dimmed to the extreme. It was already on the verge of collapse. Li Qingshan stood in place, unable to move. He knew very well that if he moved, he would reveal an opening, giving the flying sword an opportunity to attack. Moreover, even if he could get close and engage in close combat, he wouldn't be able to gain any advantage over an 8th-layer qi practitioner. But if he didn't move, wouldn't it be even more impossible for him to win? He was like a wild beast crawling in the grass, silently waiting for an opportunity to appear. It was fine if he didn't move, but once he did, he would definitely kill. However, the sword neck pressed closer and closer. The longer he waited, the smaller the chance he had. He decided that if there wasn't an opportunity, he would create one himself. He suddenly raised the shield in his hand and knocked the flying sword back several meters. However, this move also left his chest wide open. A hint of ridicule appeared in the black-clothed, masked man's eyes. The flying sword shot out at an even faster speed. With a whoosh, the cursive sword calligraphy unfurled and blocked in front of Li Qingshan's chest. Dozens of sharp sword qi rushed out. The flying sword collided with a vertical one and was immediately sent flying by a horizontal one. It was completely unable to block this wave of sword qi. The black-clothed masked man's heart trembled. He looked at the sword qi book that was even bigger than his own and revealed a look of shock. Then, he really wanted to laugh out loud. I didn't think that the reason why this brat is willing to spend so much money to buy the sword qi book is because he has another fragment. If it was an ordinary 8th-layer qi practitioner, their life would probably be in danger when faced with this sudden wave of sword qi. However, it was nothing to him. He shook the sword calligraphy in his hand again. His true qi was many times denser than Li Qingshan's, so he could use the sword calligraphy much more freely. He didn't have to worry about using it once and exhausting all his true qi. The two waves of sword qi collided in the air, but they didn't clash fiercely or cancel each other out. Instead, they directly fused into one, condensing into an ink-like black liquid that changed its shape in an instant. Both Li Qingshan and the black-clothed masked man revealed looks of ecstasy. This scene proved that the two styles of calligraphy were made by the same hand, and that there was a possibility of them fusing together. However, this scene only lasted for an instant. The black liquid stretched to its limit, as if the pressure inside it had gone out of control. It exploded once again and turned into an indiscriminate wave of sword qi that spread out in all directions. Both of their expressions changed. They didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless. Before the sword qi had even been released, the momentum of the sword was already like an avalanche and a tsunami covering the sky and earth. This kind of power had already surpassed a supreme-grade spiritual artifact. The black-clothed masked man shot into the sky like a black arrow. Li Qingshan didn't have time to dodge, so he knelt down on one knee and held the shield in his left hand and the whale's ingestion of water in his right hand. In front of him, they formed an extremely narrow and 7-foot-thick ice block. The sword wheel flashed, and all the ice and snow within a radius of 100 feet disappeared. The black-clothed masked man looked down from the sky and saw a black circle on the white ground. He couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. He was inexplicably excited. If he could control this kind of power, which qi practitioner would be able to oppose him? With a bang, only half of the round shield in Li Qingshan's hand remained. The spiritual qi on it had completely disappeared, and it was completely destroyed. As for the ice block in front of him, it was as easy as cutting a piece of paper. Li Qingshan was also shocked. If this sword chi hadn't scattered in all directions at will, but had been slightly controlled by someone, he would be a dead man now. Even if he transformed into a demon, he would still be severely injured. Even so, it was equivalent to him destroying an upper-grade spiritual artifact and a lower-grade spiritual artifact to barely block this sword chi. Fortunately, the whale's ingestion of water was made of water and could repair itself. Otherwise, it would have been a great loss. He raised his head and looked at the black-clothed masked man in the sky. His eyes were cold, and the bamboo basket behind him had already disappeared. The black-clothed masked man looked at the bamboo basket that was flying towards him. He was shocked and didn't know what kind of move this was, but he didn't dare to be careless. He separated his hands, and a black force soared into the sky, tearing the bamboo basket into pieces. A cold light flashed like a meteor falling from the sky, tearing the force. Before the sword arrived, the sword chi seemed to have already passed through his body. The black-clothed masked man's eyes widened, and his body slightly stiffened. Not only was he shocked by the sword will, but he was also shocked and terrified. This sword will was clearly the same as the one in the sword writings. Could it be that there was really someone talented enough to understand the sword will? What was even more unbelievable was that the person holding the sword was actually a child who wasn't even 10 years old. Li Qingshan was shocked. When did this girl's swordsmanship reach such a level? Even from such a distance, he could feel the horror of the sword will. He couldn't help but think, if this sword was aimed at him, how would he deal with it? However, he couldn't come up with a suitable answer. Of course, he was originally a combat type. In a real life and death battle, he could only stimulate his full potential. And the huge crisis of life and death made the black-clothed, masked man instantly come to his senses. He wanted to dodge, but found that it was impossible to do so. This didn't mean that it was impossible to borrow strength from the air. An 8th-layer chi practitioner could casually release a wave of true chi and fly over 30 meters. Little Anne held the sword in her hand, the tip pointing straight at the black-clothed, masked man. The tip of the sword was not straight, and it constantly trembled slightly. Li Qingshan felt that it was extremely familiar. He suddenly remembered that in the box of the sundry goods store, Little Anne had been lying on the ground, and her small hand had been constantly drawing in the air. It turned out that after obtaining the sword chi writings, Little Anne had already completed a portion of the cursive sword writings, sword will, and when Li Qingshan had been fighting with the black-clothed masked man, although she had been hiding in the bamboo basket, it hadn't affected her observation of the outside world at all. With a single glance, she could clearly see the strokes on the cursive sword writings in the black-clothed masked man's hands, and she could even feel the sword chi it released up close. For ordinary people, this was just something that happened in the blink of an eye, and they wouldn't care at all. But for her, this brief glimpse was enough. In the world of geniuses, one only needed to comprehend. The 3 cursive sword writings overlapped in her mind, forming this sword. She had already obtained a trace of that ancient sword immortal's sword will. Like a comet striking the moon, in the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, there was no time for the flying sword to save him, and there was no time for the talisman to be taken out. The black-clothed masked man frantically stretched out his hand, releasing all the true chi in his body. A black energy swirled out like a tornado. Just like in the box, the tip of the sword suddenly stopped trembling, and all the strokes converged into a single point. Little Anne and the black-clothed, masked man brushed past each other, and both of them fell from the sky. Li Qingshan hurriedly rushed forward and caught Little Anne in his arms. She was sweating profusely, and the smell of sandalwood was growing stronger. Her eyes were dim, but they were still clear. She was just exhausted, the black-clothed, masked man did a somersault and landed steadily on the ground. He pointed at Li Qingshan and then at Little, and you... Just as he said one word, an arrow of blood spurted out of his throat, and he flew to Li Qingshan. He trembled a few times, and then collapsed. With a loud rumble, hundreds of giant trees slowly tilted and fell to the ground. The sound echoed through the valley like thunder. At the same time, the hidden blade in Little N's hand turned to dust and was blown away by the wind. The power of that one sword strike was not something a low-grade spiritual artifact could endure. At the same time, it had exhausted all of her energy. The effect was to instantly kill an 8th layer Qi practitioner. Little N stared at Li Qingshan and raised her chin. I'll keep my word. Li Qingshan rubbed her nose. All right then, I guess you're right. The flying sword fell from the sky like a dead snake. It was swept up by true energy and fell into Li Qingshan's hand. At the same time, he picked up the 100 treasures pouch and the remnant of the cursive sword calligraphy. Little and released a wisp of fire from her fingertip, and it drilled into the corpse, destroying all traces of it. Her body instantly recovered. Li Qingshan said, "Someone will be here soon. We can't stay here for long. Let's go." He had killed a powerful enemy without transforming and obtained the spirit artifact that he had yearned for even in his dreams. However, for some reason, that sense of danger did not dissipate. It was still hanging over his head like a dark cloud, so he chose to leave immediately. The two of them vanished into the messy valley. A while later, a group of Qi practitioners arrived. They stared at the surroundings in shock and looked at one another. Just now, were their Foundation establishment cultivators fighting here? Only the leading Qi practitioner frowned slightly. He was young, and his face was as smooth as jade. He was a 9th layer Qi practitioner. Although practicing Qi could slow down aging, it was clear that he was not old. He could be regarded as a genius no matter where he was at an age like that. He asked indifferently, "Songming, are you sure it's this direction?" He wore the same uniform of the Pheasant's Grace Mountain as Songming, except there were 3 multicolored plumes embroidered on his chest, one more than Songming. All the other Qi practitioners gathered around him. Not a single one of them was not a disciple of the Pheasant's Grace Mountain. Songming went up in a hurry and said politely, "Yes, first senior brother. Many people have personally witnessed it. It can't be wrong." The first senior brother said, "Then where is he right now?" His voice was still as calm as ever, but it originated from his absolute confidence in his strength. Songming hesitated. He's definitely nearby." Before the first senior brother could say anything, another Qi practitioner beside him said, "Junior brother Song, the herb gathering ceremony is about to begin. How do we have the time to look for him with you? If you want us to avenge you, you better be a little smarter." Song Ming became furious, but he did not dare to lose his temper, as the person who spoke was also a core disciple of the Pheasant's Grace Mountain, and he was at the 7th layer. The first senior brother raised his hand, and all the voices quietened down. Bullying Song Ming is bullying all the disciples of our Pheasant's Grace Mountain. As the first senior brother, I can't just stand up for you. I can't not get my revenge. P.S. For the sake of me not forgetting about my work when I'm entertaining, give me a few monthly tickets, brothers. When other people come back to rest, sleep, or watch TV, I'm working hard to write. Chapter 230. The Truth-Seeking Society. First senior brother is benevolent and righteous. No wonder he's been selected as the future sect master of the Pheasant's Grace Mountain. Our Pheasant's Grace Mountain will definitely become the leader of the 3 mountains. What leader of the 3 mountains? With first senior brother's talent, condensing a golden core and making the pheasant's Grace Mountain a medium-sized sect will be a piece of cake. Song Ming also said in a hurry, "Thank you, first senior brother." However, he understood very well that if it were not for the several thousand spiritual stones worth of 100 treasures pouches, why would the arrogant first senior brother be so loyal? He would not even have time for cultivation. The snow began to fall again. The spring water gurgled, gurgling under the frozen snow, which was why it was known as a quiet spring. Surrounded by the snowy mountains, there was a small valley with many exquisite thatched cottages. It looked like a paradise. A few Qi practitioners in loose clothes walked around the valley, chatting and drinking with each other in a carefree manner. It was a happy scene. All of a sudden, everyone turned around and saw a tall figure walking out of the forest. His steps were heavy and majestic, and he didn't have the slightest elegance of a Qi practitioner. Instead, he was like a ferocious beast that had walked out of the forest. "Who are you?" "This is the base of the truth-seeking society." Li Qingshan said loudly, "I've come to find Han Xiong." His voice boomed through the entire valley. Han Xiong emerged from a hut. As soon as he saw Li Qingshan, he beamed with joy. "Fellow Niao, you've finally come." Li Qingshan nodded. "I've come to take a look." Han Xiong introduced him to the Qi practitioners in a hurry. When everyone heard that he was the renowned Niao Juxia, they all praised him. They looked at one another and smiled. Afterwards, they led Li Qingshan into the largest hut. The hut had a wooden floor. Everyone sat on the ground, with a charcoal fire at the center. Food and alcohol were currently being cooked. The fragrance filled the entire room. Even Li Qingshan's nerves eased up slightly when he found a place like this in the snowy weather. Han Xiong said, "Please wait a moment, fellow Taoist. I will invite our president over." A while later, even more Qi practitioners surged in. There were around 20 of them now. The Qi practitioners conversed with Li Qingshan all at once. They were all very enthusiastic. 2 female cultivators even served him a bowl of hot alcohol and a bowl of meat soup. Li Qingshan sniffed and praised, "Good wine." He drank the wine and ate the meat, but did not say anything else. Seeing that he didn't want to talk much, the Qi practitioners didn't force him either. They started chatting among themselves, mostly about the herb gathering ceremony. As it turned out, they were planning to form a small team and enter the underground together. However, their eyes never left Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan, however, seemed to be unaware of anything. He sat like a stone statue in front of the stove, allowing the flickering flames to reflect his figure on the wall. After a while, Han Xiong returned with an old man. The old man was as skinny as a monkey, wearing a loose Taoist robe that looked like it was stolen. Han Xiong had to bend over to speak into his ear. However, the group of wandering cultivators seemed to be very respectful towards him. When they saw him, they all called out, "President!" Li Qingshan looked back as well. A 7th-layer Qi practitioner. Among this group of independent cultivators, he could be regarded as a rare expert. Apart from the old man, there were 2 6th-layer Qi practitioners as well. The 3 of them seemed to be the leaders of the group. Han Xiong hurriedly said, "Fellow Taoist Niao, this is the president of our truth-seeking society, Priest Chiu." If they could realize it, they would not be far from the great harmony of the world. Priest Chiu said solemnly, "Of course it will not be easy, but as long as we work hard, there will be hope. The truth-seeking society is the hope of the world's cultivation." Then it was time for the wandering cultivators to communicate. A man stood up and said, "I was originally at the 2nd stage of Qi training. Ever since I joined the truth-seeking society and communicated with fellow Taoists, I have benefited a lot. I recently broke through and reached the third stage of qi training. There was a round of cheers. The other cultivators also stood up and spoke. After each person finished speaking, there was a round of cheers. The house was immersed in the enthusiastic atmosphere. Finally, it was Li Qingshan's turn. Li Qingshan shook his head, indicating that he had nothing to say. The wandering cultivators did not let it go. They urged him in unison, "Speak, speak, speak, speak." Li Qingshan frowned slightly. Priest Qiu raised his hand, and the urging stopped immediately. "Since fellow Taoist Niu is unwilling to speak, I will say a few words. Whether it is for the development of the cultivation community as a whole or for an individual to improve, the most important thing is to break this selfishness." Priest Qiu extended a fist towards Li Qingshan and then loosened it. "Open your fist, and you will be able to hold more things. If you can show kindness to others, they will reciprocate. The most basic saying is, you can only gain if you give up." Priest Qiu clapped his hands. "Now it is time to share. Everyone, take out your things. Fellow Niu, if you need anything, just say the word." The wandering cultivators followed the previous order and took out the things in their 100 treasures pouches to share. It was either spirit herbs or spirit pellets. When it was a female wandering cultivator's turn, she suddenly took off her clothes and revealed her firm chest. She wanted to share her body. If anyone needed it, they could go to her room to find her. This made Li Qingshan dumbfounded. The female cultivator saw Li Qingshan's expression and said proudly, "We are all brothers and sisters. In this lonely world, we should comfort each other. My body can satisfy everyone, and I can also obtain happiness. Why not?" After winning the praise of the crowd, she puffed her chest even higher. It was as if there was a more noble spirit that replaced the vulgar concept of chastity. It made her whole person sublimate like a saint. Li Qingshan grinned and did not say anything. He only felt that the things he saw today were really strange. The entire sharing process was carried out in an extremely harmonious atmosphere. There were no arguments, no quarrels, and the atmosphere was harmonious. Sometimes when 2 or 3 qi practitioners valued the same thing, they would immediately give it to each other. Even blood brothers would not be so friendly. In both of Li Qingshan's lives, he had never seen so many friendly, humble, and kind people. Everyone's faces were brimming with happiness. In this lonely cultivation world, it was simply too good to be able to be so kind and warm to each other. Finally, it was Li Qingshan's turn. Li Qingshan, who had been silent since the beginning, said again, "I have nothing to share." As if a bucket of cold water had been poured on this warmth and happiness, everyone's expression changed. More than 20 pairs of eyes stared coldly at him. Priest Qiu said, "Don't forget what I said. You can only gain by giving up. Only when you give your heart to someone else will they give their heart to you." Han Xiong said, "Fellow Niu, didn't you buy the Gui water condensing qi method and the Book of All? There is no loss in sharing them, right?" The eyes of all the itinerant cultivators lit up. The Gui water condensing qi method was a holy item for itinerant cultivators who cultivated Gui water true qi, and the Book of All could be said to be commonly needed by all itinerant cultivators. However, these 2 books were too expensive. Generally, no itinerant cultivator could afford them. Li Qingshan shook his head firmly. "I don't want to share them." He had spent 200 spirit stones to buy these 2 books. There was no reason to give them to others for free. If all the books in the world could be shared like this, then Sun Fubai's shop would have long been closed. He did not mind exchanging them, but the things that the itinerant cultivators took out were not very valuable. None of them caught his eye. At most, they were worth a few spirit stones. This was probably not because they were deliberately hiding things, but because they were poor to begin with. Chapter 2:31. It was understandable that the weak wanted to team up, but the strong would never want to be on equal footing with the weak. At least, Li Qingshan did not want to be on equal footing with the weak. His lonely and arrogant heart did not need too much warmth from strangers. Little and alone was enough for his family. The expressions of the wandering cultivators all changed. Just now, the female cultivator who wanted to share her body cursed in a low voice, "Selfish!" All the wandering cultivators followed suit. "Selfish! Selfish! Selfish!" The sound waves surged like the tide, surrounding Li Qingshan. In the rising flames, the shadows on the wall twisted like evil spirits about to pounce on people. Li Qingshan picked up the iron rod and poked at the fire. He asked, "Did you add something to the fire?" Priest Qiu was slightly shocked. "I don't know what you're talking about." Li Qingshan said, "Your voice is also very unique. It reminds me of some old things. The buildings in Jiaping City, the singing, the dancing, and the incense." After that experience, if he fell for it a second time, he would be an idiot. Priest Qiu lowered his head. "Join our truth-seeking society, and I can make you vice president." The 2/6 layer Qi practitioners wanted to say something, but Priest Qiu stopped them with a look. "Oh." Li Qingshan smiled. "I can join, but I want to ask, during the herb gathering ceremony of the 3 mountains, will you also go underground?" Priest Qiu smiled. "I'm already too old." St. Hall. Han Xiong said, "The president is our father, the hope of the cultivation world. How can he go to such a dangerous place? We will find the spirit herbs and bring them back to share." He was originally a smart and capable person, but at this moment there was a kind of fanaticism in his eyes. What he said was met with agreement. Li Qingshan's heart was like a mirror. The strongest did not go underground, but waited for the weak to take the risk to gather the herbs and bring them back to the strong. How was this a relationship between father and son? It was clearly a relationship between master and slave. Priest Qiu used the truth-seeking society to enslave all the rogue cultivators here. What was even more terrifying was that these rogue cultivators were willing to do it. They were like fanatical believers who had been completely brainwashed. This was not something that could be done in a short period of time. Under the gaze of the Qi practitioners, Li Qingshan shook his head and said, "You and I are not on the same path." Priest Qiu said sinisterly, "Selfish people don't have the right to live in this world." The killing intent condensed to the point that it was almost tangible. The flame dimmed bit by bit and was finally extinguished. Among the 20-odd Qi practitioners, there were strong ones and weak ones. However, it really was just as they said. They were siblings. Their true energies tangled about, all of it gathering on their father Taoist Qiu's body. Taoist Qiu's true energy continued to climb, easily breaking through the 8th level to the 9th, then the 10th. The terrifying true energy surpassed Li Qingshan's understanding of Qi practitioners, and it came crashing down on him like a tsunami. Holy Church, this seemed to be some kind of mystical joint attack technique. No wonder they dared to oppress Li Qingshan, even though they knew that he could defeat a 6th-level Qi practitioner in one move. Li Qingshan felt like he was a straw hut by the seaside that was about to be crushed by the tsunami. He rubbed his forehead. Was this how it felt? Priest Qiu said, "Look at how strong I am. If you continue to be stubborn and refuse to let go of your selfishness, only death awaits you. Open your heart and join us. Become one with the big family, and you will receive the big family's protection." As he said this, the 20-odd rogue cultivators also spoke in unison. Their thunderous voices rolled in the small hut as if they wanted to crush all dissidents. The the walls of the hut were flashing with runes and some kind of formation. It was like an iron fortress. Li Qingshan felt like he was trapped in a cage with a monster. Li Qingshan propped himself up and knelt on one knee. He held the whale's ingestion of water in his hand and shook his head. "Is that all?" "Kill!" Priest Chiu roared. The Qi practitioners pounced forward as if they had gone mad. Spells, spirit talismans, spirit tools, and all kinds of colorful lights rushed toward Li Qingshan. Boom, 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 boom. Sparks and lightning shot everywhere. The violent air currents blew the extinguished ashes high into the air. By the time the dust had dispersed, an ice ball had formed where Li Qingshan was. Li Qingshan curled up, hiding in the ball. He was completely unscathed. Priest Chiu raised his hand, and the surging true qi condensed into a huge hand that grabbed the ice crystal ball. Crack, crack. The ice crystal ball was covered in cracks. Even the profound ice formed by the ice condensate water could not withstand the terrifying power of over 20 qi practitioners. The ice crystal ball shattered, and the true qi hand grabbed Li Qingshan and pressed him to the ground. Li Qingshan spat out a mouthful of blood and asked, "You didn't plan to let me go from the beginning, did you?" "Originally, I wanted to control you so that I could use your power while taking your things. I never thought you'd actually be so insensible. Do you have anything else you want to say now?" Priest Chiu walked over and looked at the immobilized Li Qingshan. He was complacent like a victor. Li Qingshan said indifferently, "Is that all you've got?" Priest Chiu said angrily, "Die?" In the snow forest beside the valley, Little and squatted unhappily and used a branch to draw on the snow. Because she did not have a bamboo basket, Li Qingshan told her to wait here. However, ever since Li Qingshan entered the small house, all sounds and auras had been cut off. This made her feel slightly uneasy. Suddenly, this feeling of uneasiness grew stronger for no reason at all. Little and suddenly stood up and stared at the small house in the distance. After a moment of hesitation, she was about to walk towards the small house. However, she suddenly seemed to sense something and shrank back. She sharply observed her surroundings, and 2 prayer beads fell from her wide sleeves. They rolled and turned into 2 tiny skulls. One flew into the sky, and the other flew close to the ground. Fiery light flickered in her eyes, and her vision instantly became extremely wide. She could see the entire valley, and she could see every blade of grass and tree on the ground in great detail. Great beauty and white bones, seeing through illusions. She immediately saw a dozen or so qi practitioners stealthily approaching from all directions. They had all used high-grade concealment arts, and their figures were almost transparent. In this world of white snow, even those with extremely good eyesight would find it difficult to find their traces. However, Little and could see them extremely clearly with her divine abilities. She couldn't help but panic, but she did not know how to inform Li Qingshan. The smug expression on Priest Chiu's face froze. He stared in disbelief at the horrifying wound on his chest. Li Qingshan was still lying there, staring coldly at him. Beside Li Qingshan's hand was an unfurled cursive sword calligraphy. The instant Taoist Chiu made his move, the crisscrossing sword qi cut through his protective jinqi like a knife cutting through butter. Priest Chiu said in disbelief, This is a supreme-grade spirit artifact. How could a little qi practitioner have such a treasure?" Chapter 232. Taoist Chiu crashed to the ground, fresh blood flowing from his body. His eyes were wide open, and he died with everlasting regret. The surrounding wandering cultivators were all dumbfounded. Li Qingshan shook his head. This was indeed a terrifying technique, but locking himself up in this small room was their greatest mistake. If he had used this bit of true qi to cast spells from afar, Even Li Qingshan would find it very troublesome. But at such a close distance, there was no way he could dodge the terrifying sword qi released by the cursive sword calligraphy. He didn't even have the chance to cast spells. And Daoist Zhou was still a 7th layer qi practitioner, not a 10th layer qi practitioner. His reaction speed was still slightly inferior to that of the black-clothed masked man, just now. And how could his unrefined, protective true qi block the sword qi? President! Han Xiong roared and pounced at Li Qingshan. The ice blade stabbed into Han Xiong's body, and the blade came out through his back. Han Xiong's eyes were bloodshot, and he continued to madly charge forward, wanting to grab Li Qingshan's shoulder. But under Li Qingshan's cold gaze, his body quickly froze into an ice sculpture. His face was pale, and he looked as sinister as a ghost. Li Qingshan twisted the blade's hilt, and the ice sculpture shattered, splattering all over the ground. Han Xiong's dismembered corpse covered the entire small room. The ice blade suddenly disappeared, and reappeared behind Li Qingshan. It cut off the head of a wandering cultivator, who was holding a long sword and about to stab Li Qingshan. At this moment, a sharp whistle tore through the air. Following Daoist Zhou's death, all the wandering cultivators fell into a frenzy of rage. They no longer feared death. Li Qingshan was their father's murderer. Dozens of hands reached out, and dozens of eyes glared angrily. The small room seemed to spin, and Li Qingshan stood in the center, feeling slightly dizzy. Was this what it felt like? Before he could even think, the ice blade danced in a blue and white blur. 7 hands were sent flying, and 4 legs were severed. A young man was sliced in half. Just now, the rogue cultivator who wanted to share his body was sliced in half at the waist. Fortunately, they did not feel any pain. The cold penetrated deep into their bodies and froze all of their corpses. They fell to the ground and shattered. It sounded like someone had thrown a bunch of glassware on the ground. From life to death, it only took an instant. The moment he landed, he turned into ice dust. A flying sword pierced through the net of blades and went straight for Li Qingshan's temple. Without turning his head, Li Qingshan raised his hand and pinched the flying sword. The flying sword trembled like a small snake, but it could not break free. Li Qingshan tilted his head and met the eyes of the 6th layer qi practitioner. With a casual toss of his hand, the flying sword shot out uncontrollably and embedded itself deeply into the wooden door, the tail of the sword trembling incessantly. The other 6th layer qi practitioner sprawled on the ground in panic. Just now, he wanted to activate the formation and escape. If not for his quick reaction, he would have been pierced through the head. The 2 of them were the core members of the Truth-Seeking Society. Perhaps it was because they were strong enough that they were not as controlled. They were not as crazy as normal rogue cultivators. As soon as Priest Zhou died, they rushed forward without a care. One wanted to sneak an attack, the other wanted to escape. Li Qingshan's left hand also held the hilt of his blade. Now he held it with both hands, the tip of the blade pointing behind him as he crouched down slightly. Li Qingshan's figure disappeared. The cold wind swept up the ice dust like an angry ice dragon, charging towards the 6th layer qi practitioner who wanted to sneak an attack. All the rogue cultivators who blocked the path of the ice dragon were crushed and turned into a part of the ice dust. The 6th layer qi practitioner was shocked. He reacted quickly and took out a high-grade scarlet fire talisman to activate it. He shouted, "Die!" The 6th layer qi practitioner at the door shouted, "No!" The scarlet fire talisman had already spat out flames that resembled the breath of a fire dragon. The ice dragon and fire dragon collided. Boom! A loud explosion shook the entire valley. Sacred Hall, the roof of the secluded hut in the valley, was lifted several feet high. by the shock wave and shattered into pieces in the air. A puff of white smoke rose from the hut. Because of the array, the hut still maintained its original structure, but it was charred black everywhere. The dozen or so figures who had quietly gathered around hurriedly crouched down and looked at the little house not far away in shock, not knowing what had happened. Little, and let out a sigh of relief. He had already sensed Li Qingshan's aura. The whale's ingestion of water blade in Li Qingshan's hand had turned into a strange shape. The edge of the blade extended in all directions, forming a huge ball of ice that covered Li Qingshan. Although it was very thin, it was enough to block the explosion of the Scarlet Fire talisman. The long and narrow edge of the blade had already pinned the sixth layer Qi practitioner to the charred wall. This whale's ingestion of water blade was extremely useful to him. With his ability to react in battle, he was able to make full use of the blade's transformations. However, because he was only at the fourth layer of Qi refining, he still couldn't completely control this high-grade spiritual weapon. If it weren't for the fact that he cultivated Gui water true Qi, and that his true Qi was extremely pure, he wouldn't have been able to display such power. Li Qingshan pulled out the blade, and the Qi practitioner slid down from the wall and landed on the ground with a bang. Li Qingshan turned around. The only living person left in the room was the sixth layer Qi practitioner at the door, but he was also heavily injured. The wooden door he had wanted to open had already been blown open, and the formation had completely dissipated. He crawled out with difficulty. The other wandering cultivators had all been turned into charred corpses in the explosion. It was just like how using a lightning summoning talisman in a thunderstorm would have an extremely strong effect. The small hut sealed off with formations completely restricted the power of the Scarlet Fire talisman to the cramped space, constantly condensing and compressing it. Even sixth layer Qi practitioners would be heavily injured if they did not possess a defensive spiritual artifact. Li Qingshan walked over slowly with his blade in hand. The Qi practitioner looked back in fear, doing everything he could to mobilize the remaining true Qi in his body. Don't kill me. I was forced to do this. However, Li Qingshan did not hesitate at all. He was expressionless, but there was a hint of confusion in his eyes, as if he was thinking about something he did not understand. He arrived before the Qi practitioner and raised his blade. Stop. The Hawkwolf Guard will handle this. Over a dozen people leapt out from the snowy ground and drew their blades with a series of swishes. The wind-entwining blades shone brightly under the sunlight as they pointed them directly at Li Qingshan. 9 wolf-fang flying blades hovered in the air, ready to strike. The invisibility technique had lost its effect, revealing their black uniforms of the Hawkwolf Guard. Every single one of them was a commander. The man in the lead was dressed in scarlet clothes, but he was a scarlet wolf. He did not carry a blade. Instead, thin chains wrapped around him, flickering with light. Arg! With a short, miserable shriek, Li Qingshan raised his blade and swung it down. The Qi practitioner's head rolled down the stairs of the hut. How dare you? The man in scarlet clothes became furious. The chains in his hands immediately thickened and lengthened, reaching straight out with a clatter. The tip of the chains turned into a snake's head, biting towards Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan tilted his head slightly and dodged the snake's head, but the chains suddenly twisted in the air. They circled around a few times before tightening suddenly, wrapping around Li Qingshan. The snake's head bit firmly into Li Qingshan's shoulder. Li Qingshan's Gui water true Qi immediately seemed to freeze, unable to circulate at all. The man in scarlet clothes rejoiced inside, and a sneer appeared on his lips. His python constrictor chain was a high-grade spiritual artifact he had obtained after carrying out who knew how many missions and how much contribution he had obtained. It could twist and turn at will, making it much more useful than regular flying swords. Once it entangled an enemy, it could seal off their true chi. Chi practitioners without true chi would obviously be unable to put up any resistance. Who knew how many criminals he had captured with this spiritual artifact? The other Hawkwolf commanders all relaxed. Only a beautiful woman among them furrowed her brows slightly. She wore the uniform of a Black Wolf commander, and she was only at the 5th layer. She could basically be regarded as one of the weakest among these people. However, she glanced at the tall, sturdy man before looking at the ruins behind him. Her face was filled with doubt. According to the tip-off, the remnant of the White Lotus sect, Chiu Ruelio, should be there. There should be several dozen independent cultivators around him as well. Chiu Ruelio was only at the 7th layer, yet he was able to make the Scarlet Wolf Guard in the prefectural city send a Scarlet Wolf and mobilize all the commanders in the nearby Hawkwolf Guard to assist him. Although the White Lotus sect was the mortal enemy of all the Hawkwolf Guards in the Rui Commandery, Chiu Ruelio was not easy to deal with since the higher-ups had mobilized so much. Now, all of these people seemed to be dead. They had died to this man's hands. However, he clearly noticed that even when the chains wrapped around the man, he did not panic at all. "Get over here." The man in scarlet clothes tugged on the python constrictor chain. The chain became taut, but he was immediately stunned. Li Qingshan did not budge at all. "Get over here." Li Qingshan grabbed the chain and tugged hard. The man in scarlet clothes felt an irresistible force pass through the chain. Caught off guard, he was pulled into the air. He was filled with disbelief. All of the power of Qi practitioners originated from the true Qi in their bodies. How could he still possess such terrifying power when his true Qi was locked up? Li Qingshan thought, "I've never lost to anyone in terms of strength. Though, why are there Hawkwolf guards here? Have they discovered my identity and want to take me back?" His gaze swept past the dozen or so Hawkwolf guards before suddenly stopping on the beautiful woman. He thought, Qian Rongji. He had never expected her to come as well, but she did not seem to recognize him. That meant they had not come to capture him. So he eased up slightly apart from Qian Rongji. The other commanders were all stunned. Wu Zhen was only a Scarlet Wolf Guard, and not a commander, but he was still half a level higher than them, who were all Black Iron commanders. He was much stronger too, having reached the 8th layer. The high-grade spiritual artifact in his hand, the Python Constrictor Chain, made them envious too. They never thought they would fail to restrain this unknown independent cultivator in a single stroke. Now, they went to his aid in a hurry. Flying blades shot over. Even if they could not control flying blades, they still rushed over with them. Qian Rongji said, "Be careful. This person is born with tremendous strength. He might even be a body practitioner." Chapter 233. His mind was in a mess. Li Qingshan immediately felt his body tighten. He struggled, but the chains did not budge at all. He knew that with his current strength, he definitely could not break free from a high-grade spiritual artifact unless he demonified. In the blink of an eye, 9 flying knives crisscrossed and attacked him. Time seemed to slow down. The flying knives revolved slowly, producing an ear-piercing tremor. It was stretched out into a long note. His clear eyes reflected the edge of the knife. It was only half a foot away. Li Qingshan collapsed on his back, and the flying knife brushed past his face. Swish, swish, swish. The flying knives dragged with them, weaving into a flash above his head. If they were hidden weapons, then Li Qingshan would have survived, but this was a spiritual artifact wielded by a 6th-layer Qi practitioner. The flying knives stopped above Li Qingshan's head at the same time. They turned around and plunged down. Li Qingshan rolled on the ground. Thump, 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 thump. The flying knives stabbed into the ground. He had just rolled over, plunging him into even more danger. His expression was still very calm, but the bewilderment in his eyes seemed to have deepened. Was this the danger he sensed? Just why was he here? And why was he surrounded by these people? He had been betrayed, hunted, forced, and surrounded. Everything that was originally very clear seemed to have become complicated. A mess. His mind raced, but he did not stop at all. He had already aimed the whale's ingestion of water at the chains and sprayed out ice condensate water. With the last bit of Gui water true qi, he froze a thick layer of ice over it. Li Qingshan shrank back. By the time the chains had crushed the ice, he had already escaped. His true qi immediately began to circulate again. He forcefully twisted his body and dodged the flying knives by a hair's breadth again, retreating into the hut with a flash. The hut was not made of regular wood. Although the formations had been destroyed, it was still as tough as metal, so he could temporarily hide. The whale's ingestion of water spat out the crystal blade. Li Qingshan frowned and barked. Can the Hawkwolf Guard treat human lives like grass? Wu Zhen was shocked. He didn't think that someone would be able to escape his python constrictor chains. Seeing the spirit tool in Li Qingshan's hand, his eyes flashed. He raised his hand and said, "Stop attacking and surround him." The Hawkwolf Guards immediately obeyed the order and flew over, surrounding the hut. Wu Zhen then said, "We are here to arrest the remaining evil of the White Lotus sect, Chiu Ruelio. I see that you are one of the remaining evil of the White Lotus sect, and you still dare to resist arrest. You really don't know life from death." Li Qingshan did not expect Priest Chiu to have such a background. Now that he thought about it, the way he spoke did seem like he was from a cult. "Chiu Ruelio? Are you talking about a skinny little Taoist? He has already been killed by me. You say that I am a remnant of the White Lotus sect, but what proof do you have?" The Hawkwolf Guards were shocked. Their target this time was actually dead already. Was this true? You think you can kill a member of the White Lotus sect alone? I don't believe you. Whether you have proof or not, we'll know once we investigate. If you surrender right now, you can still keep your life. Our Hawkwolf Guard will never wrongly accuse an innocent person. We'll investigate this thoroughly, and we'll obviously let you go. Wu Zhen said that he didn't believe it, yet he was slightly convinced in his heart. Merely this was something that an ordinary Qi practitioner wasn't capable of escaping from their encirclement. It would obviously be for the best if he could outsmart an enemy like that. He would use the authority of the Hawkwolf Guard to frighten him first, and once he was captured, he would be at their mercy. Who knew how many times he had done something like this already? Li Qingshan said, "What a joke. We're all Qi practitioners, so why would we entrust our lives to others?" Wu Zhen sneered. "Then there's nothing else to say. Get him." He refused to believe that they could not capture him with so many people. "Hold on." Wu Zhen turned around with a frown. Only when he saw that it was Qian Rongji did his expression ease up slightly. "Rongji, what do you have to say for yourself?" "Sir, isn't our Nighthawk nearby? We can just get him to identify him. That way, if we get the wrong person, it'll be bad," Qian Rongji said with some worry. Wu Zhen frowned heavily. Women would always be women. They were still too soft-hearted. This person was clearly quite wealthy. If they captured him first and asked him about his origins, then if he did not come from any powerful sect, they could just kill him in the truth-seeking society. Wouldn't that be even better? However, he obviously could not say something like that in front of so many commanders, so he sank into thought. "Senior brother, Rongji is right. Let's get to the bottom of this. We can't let a good person fall for us. said a young man with a square face beside Qian Rongji. Only then did Wu Zhen finally nod. All right, send the signal and get him to come over. The square-faced young man was the newest Black Hawk commander of Jiaping City. Just like Wu Zhen, he came from the 100 schools of thought, which was why he referred to him as senior brother. Compared to the other Black Hawk commanders, he was much younger. His talent could be regarded as extraordinary, so increasing his cultivation by a few more layers would not be difficult. After a few years of training below, he would obviously be transferred back to the Clear River Prefecture and promoted to Scarlet Copper. Coupled with their many years of friendship, Wu Zhen obviously valued his opinion a lot more. He would not refute it so easily. Before long, a black wolf guard emerged from the forest. He bowed in all directions. I'm Zhou Pei. Greetings to everyone. The square-faced young man said, Zhou Pei, do you recognize this person? That burly man over there. Come out and let him recognize you. Li Qingshan found the voice familiar, but he was unable to recall where he had heard it before. He arrived at the entrance in a flash and met the Black Wolf Guard's eyes. The two of them said at the same time, Zhou Wei, Niu Juxia. This Zhou Pei was the Qi practitioner, Zhou Wei, who did not like to talk much by Han Xiong's side when he first met him. He never thought he would actually be a nighthawk. The so-called nighthawk was a hawk that never saw the light of day. It was an extremely special position within the Hawkwolf Guard. They would infiltrate various organizations with different identities and gather information. An information network in the world of mortals could be established by bribing some people of the Jianghu. However, establishing a network like that in the world of cultivation required cultivators. Because this job was very arduous, not only was it shameful, but it could even easily endanger one's life. Regardless of their cultivation, they were all known as hawks. Li Qingshan had only heard a rough introduction when he joined the Hawkwolf Guard. This was the first time he had seen someone like this. Zhou Wei, or Zhou Pei, immediately reported what had happened in the bookstore and restaurant that day, proving that Li Qingshan had indeed been tricked and was not a member of the Truth-Seeking Society. With that, he stood to one side with his head lowered. He only glanced at Li Qingshan in surprise. He never thought he would actually destroy the entire Truth-Seeking Society alone. Priest Qiu had basically dug his own grave. Only now did everyone understand the whole story. They looked at one another and waited for Wu Zhen's decision. The square-faced young man sighed. Fortunately, Rongji reminded me. I didn't kill the wrong person. Qian Rongji said politely, You're too kind, Commander. Chapter 234. However, what Qian Rongji thought was that this commander had just graduated from the 100 schools of thought, so he sure was naive. He actually took the laws of Great Xia seriously. All laws were for people to use. There was no reason not to slaughter a fat sheep. The sacred church, the reason why she had played the good guy this time was because she was afraid the fat sheep would turn into a vicious tiger. From the first moment she saw him, she found Li Qingshan familiar. If it were Yu Zijian or Hua Qinglu, then he would just be familiar. She would not think too much about it. It was exactly because Li Qingshan's colossal figure was just too shocking that people would misunderstand him instead. She felt like she would never forget this person if she had seen him before. However, Qian Rongji's thoughts were much deeper and meticulous. Although Li Qingshan's appearance had changed drastically, the impression he had left on her was just far too deep. This impression was no longer limited to just his appearance. The changes in his expression, the way he spoke, and his attitude towards the enemy all matched up with the man in her heart. Coupled with the gaze that had stopped on her face, she concluded very soon that there was a 70 to 80% chance that this person was Li Qingshan. After reaching this conclusion, how could she allow the Hawkwolf Guard to continue arguing with Li Qingshan? Li Qingshan possessed the strength to kill 2 ninth-layer Qi practitioners. Now that a few months had passed, who knew just how powerful he had become? The reason why she had held back was because she did not want anyone to see her trump card. If she really forced him to reveal his trump card, then probably everyone present would be silenced. She did not believe she possessed any special status in his heart. However, Wu Zhen was rather displeased. That would mean he would lose out, and he would not be able to recover the dignity he had lost just now. As a Scarlet Wolf Guard, he was not bold enough to distort the truth before so many people. Otherwise, if someone reported him, he would not be able to escape the punishment of the law either. He said to Zhou Pei, rather reluctantly, "You've done very well. Once we return, you'll definitely receive a share of merit." Zhou Pei said, "I don't ask for any merit. I only ask that you let me leave my position as a Nighthawk and return to being a regular Black Wolf Guard. The Great Wall." Wu Zhen waved his hand impatiently. "Okay, I got it. I will report it to the higher-ups." Then he said to Li Qingshan, "You can go now." Li Qingshan used his true qi to gather all of the 100 treasures pouches into his hand. Wu Zhen glared at him. "Leave it behind." With a point of his finger, the iron chains stretched out like a python and coiled around the small house. They shook their heads and clattered loudly, as if they wanted to devour someone. The other Hawkwolf commanders were hostile as well. They had not come out to carry out their missions just to enforce the laws of Great Xia. The spoils of battle on their enemies were an extremely important source of income. How could they just watch someone else dip their fingers in it? Li Qingshan insisted, "These are my spoils of war." Wu Zhen said, "These are the spoils of the White Lotus sect. There might be information on the remnants of the White Lotus sect in there. I'd advise you to hand them over, or I'll charge you with the crime of harboring stolen goods." Li Qingshan smiled furiously. "I've completed your mission for you, yet you're not thanking me? Instead, you're trying to frame me?" Wu Zhen said, "Do you think you're worthy of being framed by us? If you're smart, you'd better piss off, or don't blame us for being merciless." The other commanders cooperated, sending their flying blades flying over once again. Li Qingshan felt like something was surging in his chest. Now that he thought about it, even if it was blown into pieces, it was impossible to not leave a trace. However, there was nothing on the ground. Li Qingshan frowned and came to the place where Priest Chiu's corpse just now was lying on the ground. He took a few steps left and right, and with a swing of his knife, he split open the floor and revealed a dark hole. He didn't know where the hole led to. The spirit formation in the wooden house was an impenetrable iron wall to others, but this spirit formation was set up by Priest Chiu, so he naturally knew the exit. It turned out that he had already prepared a way out. Although he was hit by the cursive sword calligraphy's sword chi at close range, he still had the true chi of more than 20 people protecting him. Although he was heavily injured, he didn't die on the spot. He knew that he wasn't Li Qingshan's opponent, so he just lay on the ground, sealed his breathing, and pretended to be dead. The risk of this gamble was quite great. If Li Qingshan had sensed it and casually followed up with a stab, he wouldn't even have the opportunity to put up a fight. But back then, the wooden house was in a mess. Under the encirclement of so many Qi practitioners, Li Qingshan was not afraid, but his mind was still affected. In the end, during the explosion, when Li Qingshan's sense of hearing, smell, and vision were all affected, Priest Chiu used this opportunity to open a secret passage and flee. Li Qingshan could not help but be surprised by the craftiness and caution of the White Lotus sect. It was no wonder that they were a powerful organization that could contend against Gu Yenying and even the entire Hawkwolf Guard of the Rui Commandery. He turned around and wielded his ice blade, ignoring the chains around him. If you don't believe me, then come at me. Qian Rongji made her way towards Li Qingshan quickly. Fang Yinsheng extended his hand. Don't go. He wanted to stop Qian Rongji, but he was afraid that he would alarm Li Qingshan if he acted rashly. The Hawkwolf guards all broke into a sweat for Qian Rongji. This vicious, huge man was extremely powerful. If he really attacked someone, Qian Rongji would probably die on the spot. Under everyone's gazes, Qian Rongji brushed past Li Qingshan and checked the hole in the center of the house. Li Qingshan frowned. This woman was not someone who would take such great risks for the sake of official business. Had she discovered something? Qian Rongji did not even glance at him. After a close inspection, she raised her head and said, "He's right. There are very fresh footprints down there. Qiu Ruelio has already fled. He should be injured. Sir, let's hurry up and track him down. If we delay any longer, he'll be able to escape." The Hawkwolf guards all let out a sigh of relief. This conclusion matched up with their expectations. Qiu Ruelio was extremely crafty. He had failed several times in encirclement, so how could an independent cultivator kill him so easily? They even admired Qian Rongji a little. This woman's cultivation was not particularly high, but her courage was extraordinary. At the very least, none of them were bold enough to approach her like that. Even Wu Zhen nodded in praise. With the support of a person like that, it would be easy for Yinsheng to become a Black Hawk commander. He would not remain so naive. Little did he know that Fang Yinsheng's naivety had saved him from death, while Qian Rongji's so-called courage was built on meticulous planning. Wu Zhen understood the severity of the situation. He stowed away the python constrictor chains and flew into the hole first, brushing past Li Qingshan. He snorted coldly. "Consider yourself lucky." Over a dozen Hawkwolf guards entered the hole one by one. Qian Rongji was the last one. She glanced at Li Qingshan and smiled before vanishing into the hole as well. A while later, the quiet spring valley recovered its tranquility once more. Li Qingshan made his way down the steps and sat down on them. He leaned on his hand and sank into his thoughts. The final outcome of the battle between man and nature this time was to leave it at that. However, the even greater battle between man and nature was in the depths of his mind. That was the boundary between man, immortal Buddha, and demon. The true conflict did not originate from the outside world, but from within. It was a series of questions that he could not answer, an answer that he could not choose. However, there had to be an answer. Not all questions could be avoided. He could not avoid them, nor did he want to avoid them. Even though none of the answers were what he wanted, he still had to make a choice. Life was not about doing what you wanted. It was not about doing what you liked. It was exactly through these difficult or even painful choices that people could grow, going from an ignorant child to the type of person they wanted to become. Are you ready? I've finally found you. Chapter 235. Li Qingshan sighed gently and stood up with his hands on his knees. He was like a boxer who had yet to recover from the previous match before being forced into a different ring. However, there was no fear in his eyes at all. This must be it. Before he knew it, it had begun to snow again. Flickering figures passed through the curtains of snow. Their luxurious silk robes fluttered in the wind, but they did not leave behind a single mark on the snow. They were like ghosts in the snow. The ghosts looked at Li Qingshan like hunters who had found their prey. They were at ease. If they were slightly cautious, that would be because they were worried that their prey would escape. The first senior brother pointed at Li Qingshan and asked, "Junior brother Song, is this the person you're looking for?" Song Ming said resentfully, First senior brother, that's him. Fourth layer chi practitioner, the first senior brother curled his lip in great disdain. Songming, aren't you a little too useless? You're a sixth layer chi practitioner. Yet you've actually been defeated by someone weaker than you. And I had originally thought it was some powerful person. The disciples of the Pheasant's Grace Mountain roared with laughter. They only felt even more relaxed and happy. They did not take Li Qingshan seriously at all. Songming's face reddened. First senior brother, his cultivation as a qi practitioner isn't great, but he's a master of the body practitioner. He took a palm strike from me and came out unscathed. You can't be careless. Li Qingshan closed his eyes and sensed. A ninth layer qi practitioner, 2 eighth layer qi practitioners, 5 seventh layer qi practitioners, and 10 sixth layer qi practitioners. Was this the strength of a sect? Only by demonifying could he fight them, but it was very likely for him to draw over their seniors if he fought here. Look, this guy's closed his eyes. Is he resigned to his fate? A disciple of the Pheasant's Grace Mountain smiled. Before he had even finished speaking, a thick mist rose up, surging like waves. Li Qingshan turned around and vanished into the mist. Oh no, it's a mist talisman. He's trying to escape. Songming cried out. As if someone had plucked the clouds from the sky, the mist rapidly filled the entire valley. The pure white mist was extremely thick, where one could not even see their own fingers. It contained water spiritual qi, such that even the vision of qi practitioners was greatly affected. Eldest senior brother snorted coldly, insignificant tricks. With a flick of his sleeves, a spell was cast, and a strong gust of wind blew, clearing away the fog. The valley was filled with the howling of the wind, causing everyone's clothes to flutter loudly. Li Qingshan's figure suddenly appeared. He had already rushed to the hillside in the distance and was fleeing at an extremely fast speed. Since he couldn't fight, he could only flee. Eldest senior brother's wild wind technique is really powerful. You're too naive to think that you can escape with such a small trick. The disciples of the Pheasant's Grace Mountain praised him. They did not slow down at all. Their sleeves fluttered in the wind as they chased after Li Qingshan. Back then, when Songming flew into the Proud Sword Manor, he could already be considered to be extremely confident. However, there were at least a dozen people here who were even stronger than him. Every time they flew, they would cover a distance of 100 jam. Pride appeared on the eldest senior brother's face. Only after all his junior brothers had set off did he shake his sleeves and take off. He caught up to everyone, even though he had set off later. He took the lead and rapidly closed the distance between him and Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan used the tiger demon, climbs the mountain, and leapt onto the top of the mountain. Hearing the whistling, he suddenly looked back. The eldest senior brother reached an even higher altitude than the top of the mountain and bellowed out, "Peck of the golden pheasant." His right hand formed the shape of a pheasant's head, and he pecked at Li Qingshan from afar. He was like a golden pheasant pecking at a bug on the ground. He did it with indescribable ease, as if it was nothing at all. However, Li Qingshan felt like he was facing a great disaster because he was playing the role of this bug. A huge golden beak pierced through the air. He had already used the greatest technique of the Pheasant's Grace Mountain. The disciples of the Pheasant's Grace Mountain all sighed in amazement inside. Although this technique was taught to all inner disciples, how could it compare to the ingenuity of the first senior brothers? They had never thought the first senior brother would use such a powerful technique right off the bat. The kid was dead for sure. The sacred Li Qingshan felt like no matter how he dodged, he would not be able to avoid this gentle peck. He raised his right hand, and the whale's mouth sucked in light before suddenly spitting out a fist-sized, transparent ball of water. Boom! The gui water lightning collided with the pheasant beak in the air. A ring of light erupted, and the wild wind crushed the forest, forming a scene of wheat. The first senior brother blurted out, "Gui water lightning." His true chi surged and dispersed the incoming wave of air, but he also slowed down slightly. How could a mere fourth-layer chi practitioner use the gui water lightning? Suddenly, he noticed the spiritual artifact in Li Qingshan's hand and came to a realization. High-grade spiritual artifact. Songming was right. This kid really was extremely wealthy. He was a great prey worth hunting. However, the disciples on the ground were not as relaxed as him. A few of them were blown backwards by the wild wind with insufficient cultivation. They could only swallow the words of flattery they were about to utter. Their faces were filled with shock. How could a fourth-layer chi practitioner block the first senior brother's peck of the golden pheasant? Only Songming called out, "I told you, this guy isn't easy to deal with." He actually felt a sense of elation. Instead, he hoped Li Qingshan could use a few more powerful moves and last a little longer against his first senior brother. That would prove that he was not useless back then. Instead, the enemy was just too powerful. Li Qingshan used this time to leap off the top of the mountain. His head was below his feet, and the world was flipped upside down. Cold wind whistled past his face. He took out the underground mental map and unfurled it with both hands, reading it in the air. The nearest entrance to the underground cave was only 30 li away, under a mountain peak. If it was on the plains, the 30 li distance would only be a matter of time, but in the mountains, every few li meant that they had to cross a mountain. Although this was still a remnant of the boundless mountains and had not truly entered the depths, the mountains were tall and majestic. They could not be measured with common sense. Any one of these mountains could be regarded as a famed mountain on earth from Li Qingshan's past life. Even with the tiger demon climbs the mountains, Li Qingshan's speed was greatly affected. He casually stuck a mid-grade swift breeze talisman on himself, which made him move slightly faster. The withered trees seemed to be slamming towards him, but even with that, he was unable to widen the distance between them. Every time he looked back, the 9th-layer chi practitioner would get a little closer. However, he was not worried. What he was thinking about was not just running away. The first senior brother was extremely surprised as well. A 4th-layer chi practitioner could actually erupt with such speed. He used the golden pheasant flaps its wings and spent most of the time gliding through the air, unaffected by the terrain, yet he was still unable to catch up immediately. This independent cultivator really was not easy to deal with. The two of them crossed over the mountains and gradually pulled away from the disciples behind them. The killing intent in Li Qingshan's eyes became heavier and heavier. He casually tossed down a spiritual stone that had run out of spiritual chi before grabbing another one to quickly replenish his true chi. He had already taken out the cursive sword calligraphy and placed it in his bosom. He could take it out at any time and kill his opponent. Li Qingshan turned around and glanced at the first senior brother, who was less than 300 meters away from him. However, he looked past the first senior brother, gazing at the even higher sky. The sky had already darkened, and snow filled the air. Apart from him, no one noticed a rapidly flashing red star high up in the sky. Little and stood on a huge skull, dragging a scarlet tail of flames behind him as he passed through the snowstorm. His robes and long hair fluttered in the wind as red light flickered in his eyes. His gaze pierced through the snowstorm, gazing at the mountains. A snowy night like this, a mountainous terrain like this, and a scene like this all seemed familiar. Unknowingly, a year had already passed. However, this time, she would not be as weak as before. She would not have to watch helplessly as he left by himself in despair. This time, she would definitely help him. All she had to do was wait for him to give the signal to attack. Li Qingshan thought to himself, a little further, a little further. The first senior brother had no idea that he had already fallen into a trap where the world intersected. The roles of hunter and prey had silently swapped. He had never imagined that a mere fourth-layer qi practitioner could harm him at all. Once again, Li Qingshan climbed to the peak of a tall mountain. The first senior brother took this opportunity to close the distance between them to within 300 feet. A look of joy appeared on his face as he raised his right hand. A golden light shot out, piercing through the snowstorm and leaving a straight golden line in its wake. Li Qingshan sensed the danger. He did not have time to turn around, so he held the ice blade behind him. With a ding, the golden light pierced deeply into the ice blade. Li Qingshan's perlicue trembled violently. Just now, he could clearly see that the golden light was a golden feather. The mystic ice that was frozen by the ice condensate water was as hard as a top-grade spiritual weapon, yet it was pierced by this tiny feather. Its power was even greater than Grandma Shimon's red thread needle. Protective qi and spells would be as fragile as a piece of paper. Even if it was a defensive spiritual weapon, if it was not a top-grade one, it would probably be pierced through in one blow. The first senior brother became even more surprised. He saw how the peck of the golden pheasant could not kill Li Qingshan, so he definitely would not use it a second time. He switched to using his life-bound spiritual artifact, the golden pheasant's plume. However, he never thought it would be blocked by the ice blade. The golden pheasant's plume was not a regular high-grade spiritual artifact. Instead, it was a spiritual artifact that the disciples of the Pheasant's Grace Mountain had begun nurturing ever since they began practicing qi. They constantly poured their true qi into it, and whenever their cultivation increased, they would add in essence gold to forge it. Only then did they manage to forge a single golden pheasant's plume. The amount of effort they had put into it was uncountable. However, its power was terrifyingly great, and it could only be used by the user of the sect. Li Qingshan did not leap into the pitch-black valley. Instead, he stopped and turned around. The ice blade in his hand rapidly changed shape, wrapping around the golden pheasant's plume and turning it into a huge lump of ice. The first senior brother stood at the top of a lone pine tree, which swayed in the wind and snow. He sneered. "You're not running anymore?" He looked around. This really is a nice place to be buried. He did not care about what Li Qingshan was doing at all. Li Qingshan said, "I'll give you back exactly what you said." He had already sprayed out all of the ice condensate water, wrapping the golden pheasant's plume into a ball. He stepped on it. The first senior brother snorted coldly. "Stubborn and stubborn. You're still using these puny tricks? I'll show you the power of the Pheasant's Grace Mountain, the golden pheasant's radiance." The golden pheasant's plume erupted with dazzling light, illuminating the ball of ice completely and turning it golden. It was a beautiful sight. However, Li Qingshan could sense that the ice was rapidly melting, as if it was suppressed by the power of the golden pheasant's plume. It was unable to trap the golden pheasant's plume. The first senior brother dove down. "Be smarter in your next life. Don't offend the disciples of the Pheasant's Grace Mountain." Chapter 236. The cursive sword calligraphy unfurled with a whoosh, and first senior brother could clearly see the complicated and profound handwriting on it. It was clearly ink on paper, but it was so sharp that it seemed like it had been carved on a cliff with a sword. Holy Halla, great sense of danger, filled his heart. The sound of the blizzard seemed to have stopped. Compared to the speed of the sword qi, the speed of the dancing snowflakes was like a still image. First senior brother's pupils constricted. He waved his hand. and the golden pheasant's plume enlarged 100 times, protecting his body like an iron wall. Clang, 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 clang. The sound of metal clashing rang out, and the surging sword Chi sent First Senior Brother flying into the sky. First Senior Brother floated in the air on the golden pheasant's plume, like a small boat on a turbulent ocean, in danger of capsizing at any moment. However, he drifted with the current and actually formed a wondrous balance. He floated and swayed without being affected by any force. Not only was the golden pheasant's plume capable of both offense and defense, but its defensive method was also the most natural and unrestrained that Li Qingshan had ever seen. A sect that could form its own style, indeed, couldn't be underestimated. The Gui water true Qi in Li Qingshan's body surged madly into the cursive sword calligraphy, activating the strokes of sword Qi. At the same time, he held a spirit stone in one hand and continuously replenished his spirit Qi. In the blink of an eye, 3 spirit stones had been thrown at Li Qingshan's feet. A supreme-grade spiritual artifact. You actually have a supreme-grade spiritual artifact. First Senior Brother stood on the golden pheasant's plume and shouted in the wind and snow. He suddenly laughed wildly. "Ha ha! I didn't think I would have this kind of luck. Kid, with your strength, you still can't unleash the power of a supreme-grade spiritual artifact. Falling into your hands is like casting pearls before swine. Obediently hand it over. I'm the favored child of the heavens. I'll step on your corpse to reach a higher realm." If a high-grade spirit artifact could make every Qi practitioner's heart race with envy, then a supreme-grade spirit artifact could make all Qi practitioners go crazy. It was a treasure that even Foundation establishment cultivators would fight for with all their might. Li Qingshan's mouth opened and closed slightly. His voice was swallowed by the wind, but First Senior Brother could read his lips. Die! 2 giant skulls spiraled down from the sky, breaking through the wind and letting out shrill screams. It was as if 100 ghosts were crying at night, shaking one's soul. "What is that?" Eldest Senior Brother's expression changed drastically. He used the golden pheasant's plume to fly through the wind and snow. He actually borrowed the force of the sword Qi to turn a few times without any warning, drawing out a twisted golden trajectory and avoiding the skull's attack. Pung, pung, pung. He broke through the air barrier and quickly fell down the pitch-black cliff. He thought to himself, "Not good. I've fallen into this brat's trap." The screeching sound followed him like a shadow. Eldest Senior Brother looked around and saw 2 skulls chasing after him, one on the left and one on the right. The blood flames in their eye sockets flickered, and their teeth chattered loudly. They couldn't wait to tear his flesh apart. From afar, one could only see a golden line and 2 slightly thinner red lines falling straight down into the bottomless abyss. The golden thread's trajectory was extremely erratic, and the 2 red threads kept circling around it, locking down the golden thread's escape route. At this moment, 2 red lines suddenly cut into the golden line's trajectory. The 2 skulls lunged towards the First Senior Brother. The First Senior Brother snorted coldly. No matter how sharp the golden pheasant Daoist senses were, it was impossible for him to discover a hidden skeleton. The scenery before him changed rapidly. Li Qingshan constantly conquered the rise and fall of the ground, but the golden star in the sky grew closer and closer. Li Qingshan felt an indescribable pressure, no longer the vague sense of danger. The golden star grew larger and larger in his vision. Even from 5 kilometers away, Li Qingshan was shaken to the core by its glorious presence. The golden pheasant also discovered the fleeing Li Qingshan. It raised its head and unfurled its wings letting out a cry and shining with golden light. Like the call of a golden pheasant, the sun that had sunk into the west rose into the sky once more. The golden light clearly revealed the form of the golden pheasant. The comb, beak, feathers, and feathers were all there. It was lifelike, but it was like a fighting chicken filled with fury. The golden pheasant elder's eyes widened like a fighting chicken as his hair and beard bristled. His beloved disciple had been killed, so he was filled with sorrow and fury. He swore revenge. From the moment he saw Li Qingshan, he knew Li Qingshan was the person he was looking for. This was not because Li Qingshan was fleeing. As the sect master, he obviously knew about the humiliation of the inner sect disciples Song Ming in Salt Mountain City. However, the proud Sword Manor had been taken over by the Green Vine Mountain afterwards, so the matter was left unsettled just now. When the first senior brother went to seek revenge for Song Ming, he definitely had to report it to his master, which was why he was bold enough to take the disciples of the Pheasant's Grace Mountain with him. Never did he think he would actually die. The resounding call of the golden pheasant shook up the mountains, constantly echoing through them. For a moment, the snowy peaks were filled with the cry of a pheasant. Li Qingshan's ears ached as his mind shuddered. The true qi in his body began to churn uncontrollably. He could not help but be shocked. This was the power of a Foundation establishment cultivator. The spirit turtle's demon core in his body revolved, suppressing all of the discomfort. The cave was not far away now. All he had to do was make it over the mountain, and the valley up ahead would be there. He could not let the golden pheasant approach him, or he would be in life-threatening danger with just a single strike. However, at such a distance, Li Qingshan finally sensed the startling speed of the golden pheasant. The first senior brother could be regarded as fast as he could be, but compared to the golden pheasant, he seemed as slow as crawling on the ground. And the golden pheasant was not gliding. It was actually flying in the sky. As soon as Li Qingshan reached the waist of the mountain, the golden pheasant was already 1.5 kilometers away. With a twist of his foot, he forcefully changed directions and lunged towards the other side of the mountain. The golden pheasant spread its wings, and several dozen golden feathers fell off, shooting over like lightning. They were like rays of light from the sun. Every single one of them was even swifter and more vicious than the spiritual artifact controlled by the first senior brother. Li Qingshan had been expecting this move long ago. He would move left at times, right at other times, pause at times, or even head down at times. As a result, his movements became completely irregular. The whale's ingestion of water no longer spat out a weapon, but a huge ice shield that could protect him. Even with that, he was still worried, so he stuck a high-grade golden armor talisman on himself. However, as soon as he did that, his eyes became filled with golden light. He did not even have the time to respond. The ice shield shattered, and the golden armor shattered. As if he had been struck by lightning, Li Qingshan shuddered all over. A small hole appeared in his chest, and a golden light pierced through him. His tough skin, which could withstand the slashes of spirit artifacts, did not have much of an effect. The golden feather pierced through 3 layers of his defenses and pierced deeply into the mountain rocks. The golden pheasant elder frowned. Instead, with his cultivation at Foundation establishment, he actually failed to kill a puny chi practitioner in a single strike. No one would believe him even if he said it. The golden pheasant's feather should have pierced through Li Qingshan's heart. The defenses Li Qingshan had cast down were not useless. It gave him a split second to react. At the last moment, he forcefully twisted his body, and only then did he avoid the attack. However, a sharp, scorching presence suddenly erupted from his body, as if it wanted to rip him to shreds and burn him to a crisp. The golden pheasant stopped in the air. The golden pheasant elder was in no hurry to pursue him. Even if it had failed to pierce through his chest, the spiritual energy within it was enough to kill him. Instead, he felt rather regretful. In his anger, he did not hold back. He should have captured him, interrogated him about his origins, and then tortured him to death. Little N's face stiffened. Li Qingshan had never sent out a signal. The golden pheasant elder had struck out with lightning speed, so Li Qingshan did not have the opportunity to send out a signal. He probably did not want her to take the risk either. Flames of fury burned in her eye sockets. She was about to lunge over without any regard. Li Qingshan suddenly leapt up from the ground, rolling and crawling around to the other side of the mountain, and escaping from the golden pheasant elder's sight. The golden pheasant elder was slightly taken aback. A vicious smile appeared on his face as he bellowed, "You'll regret it just now. Why don't you just die?" Li Qingshan ignored him. Who knew how many times he had heard bullshit like that? The Spirit Turtle's Demon Core came into play once again at a crucial moment, forcefully suppressing the foreign spiritual energy that had erupted in his body. Suddenly, he beamed with joy. The cave recorded on the mental map was right before him. Just when he was about to charge in, a golden light enveloped his head. With a flap of its wings, the golden pheasant flew over the top of the mountain and discovered Li Qingshan's tracks again. All it needed was a lunge and a claw, and it would be able to capture Li Qingshan in a single moment. Little N clenched her fists so hard that they cracked. It took her tremendous willpower to remain in the air. If she lost her patience and appeared casually, not only would she be unable to help Li Qingshan, but it would be very likely for her to end his chance of survival instead. If she slipped up and was captured, Li Qingshan definitely would not be able to escape alone. Chapter 238. The golden pheasant elder let out a great roar. The golden pheasant flapped its wings madly, kicking up a fierce gust of wind that uprooted many towering trees. The sacred hall at this moment, the disciples of the pheasant's grace mountain all rushed over. They cried out, "Master, first senior brother, a bunch of trash." The golden pheasant elder raised his hand, and the fierce gust of wind blew them away. They collided heavily against a tree and slid down, but none of them dared to grumble. "Forgive us, Master. Spare us, Master." The golden pheasant elder's heaving chest settled down slightly. He called out, "Where's Song Ming?" Song Ming made his way over meekly and knelt on the ground. "Master." Suddenly, he felt an invisible force press down on him, pushing him to the ground. The golden pheasant elder said, "This is all because of you. If it weren't for a piece of trash like you, your senior brother wouldn't have. Fellow golden pheasant, no one expected something like this to happen. Why must you vent your anger on a junior?" A slow, leisurely voice rang out from the sky. Before anyone knew it, the green vine elder and the lone grave elder had appeared in the air. The one who spoke was obviously the green vine elder. The two of them exchanged glances, and they seemed to be smiling. The three mountains were both allies, but they also competed with one another. One was stronger than the other. The Pheasant's Grace Mountain had lost a genius disciple, which was great news to them. They were even happier than obtaining a demon core. The golden pheasant elder became furious again. His chest heaved up and down viciously again. "This is a matter of my Pheasant's Grace Mountain. It has nothing to do with you two old coots. Fellow golden pheasant, that's where you're wrong. Our three mountains are allies, so your enemy is obviously our enemy. Once you return, immediately issue a bounty for the three mountains. We have to bring the culprit to justice," said the green vine elder, who knew whether he was smiling or not from his mouth hidden under his beard. "Yes." The lone grave elder nodded. The golden pheasant elder was unable to turn him down. His desire to avenge his beloved disciple trumped his pride, but it had been a long time since he had been insulted like this. He ground his teeth and said, "If you find that kid, don't be in a hurry to kill him. Just contact me. I want to capture him alive and skin him alive to appease the hatred in my heart." Sacred Hall. Song Ming continued to lie on the ground. His face was ashen. Although he had survived, his future on the Pheasant's Grace Mountain could be regarded as gloomy once his master became disgusted with him. How did this happen? He could never have imagined that his eldest senior brother, who was in the 9th layer of qi refinement, would die at the hands of such a small fry. He had heard that Master had given him 2 supreme-grade talismans. Even if he encountered a Foundation establishment cultivator, he would have a way to survive. How could he die at the hands of a small fry? The other disciples of the Pheasant's Grace Mountain lowered their heads in grief and fury. The divine heaven's heaven was them all. Although heaven, sect king out, yen heaven. In particular, the 2 8th layer qi practitioners had always been firmly suppressed by the first senior brother, unable to catch a breather. Now that the first senior brother had passed away, they could obtain even more resources. They might even have the chance to inherit the position of sect master. Wasn't this fantastic news that had fallen from the heavens? Thinking of this, they exchanged glances and immediately turned away. Li of elder of Fi Chin out, He Chin, king out of Du Qi practitioners who are hated by Foundation establishment cultivators still have a way out. No one knew. Li Qingshan listened to them quietly. In the center of the mountain, in the depths of the earth, Li Qingshan had concealed all of his aura. He was like a hibernating toad, buried in the earth. Actually, even without purposefully concealing it, his aura was already extremely feeble. It was very difficult for people to detect him. His back had basically been charred completely. He could not feel anything at all. The tiny hole in his chest was currently ripping apart and growing larger bit by bit. Violent spiritual qi rampaged through his body. Even the spirit turtle's demon core was basically unable to suppress it. Who knew how many times he had braved death from a single encounter with a Foundation establishment cultivator? He had only barely managed to escape thanks to his talismans and the geographical advantage. However, he was still heavily injured. He was a mess from the inside out, completely immobilized by the earth. If he were a regular qi practitioner, he would have died already. However, he could not care about the danger he was in, nor did he care about his wounds. He focused all of his attention on his ears, using his extraordinary hearing to listen to the words on the ground. He was focused and solemn. Only when the voices vanished did he suddenly smile. His smile gradually widened, revealing his ghastly white teeth. Although there was no sound coming from it, the malevolence and insolence was becoming more and more intense. Sharp claws extended from his hands and feet, and his hair became scarlet red. At the same time, it spread throughout his body. His iron-black skin was densely covered in stripes that resembled tiger stripes. Even his eyes had become 2 beastly pupils filled with malice. He had actually broken through to the 2nd layer of the tiger demon's fist of bone forging at a time like this. The path of the tiger demon could only be comprehended through intense battle. Li Qingshan had basically gone through 5 battles without stopping today. The masked man in black was the first battle, the truth-seeking society was the second battle, the Hawkwolf Guard was the third battle, the first senior brother was the fourth battle, and the Golden Pheasant Elder was the fifth battle. Each battle was more intense and dangerous than the last. He was heavily injured and exhausted, and only then did he manage to carve out a path of survival. He had been pushed to the limit. If he could survive, then he would erupt. Li Qingshan began to struggle, producing a soundless roar. His long canines were like sharp daggers as his body gradually grew larger, pushing aside the rock around him and turning into his demon form. Demon chi surged, crushing and annihilating the foreign spiritual chi in his body. The hole in his chest shrank, and the wounds on his back closed up rapidly, returning to normal a while later. No, they had become even tougher than before. After the great damage, the ox demon forges, its hide had actually strengthened. It was like black metal had undergone another round of forging. Its defenses had doubled at the very least. Even if he was directly struck by a mid-grade spiritual artifact, he would not be damaged at all. Li Qingshan smiled in a self-deprecating manner. As it seemed, he would have to suffer a little more injuries in the future. With the powerful life force and regeneration of his demon body, he had completely recovered in a while. Letting out a gentle sigh, Li Qingshan used the spirit turtle's method of sea suppression again and returned to human form. More accurately, he was half human, half beast. He did return to his original size, but he had a head of fiery hair, scarlet eyes, a mouth full of sharp teeth, and the pattern of a beast on his face. He did not seem human no matter how he looked at him. Li Qingshan could not be bothered with that. He found a direction and used his sharp claws to dig as hard as he could. An indescribable fire filled his heart, supporting his movements. The pitch-black soil seemed to become the faces of his enemies. He grabbed at them as hard as he could and ripped them apart. Only then could he ease the agitation in his heart. The tiger demon's main killer had the greatest influence on his mind. However, he no longer tried to control this influence and suppress this killing intent. Instead, he allowed it to blaze in his heart like a raging fire. Suddenly, his vision cleared up. He had finally dug out a cave that had not collapsed. He leapt down and turned around gracefully in the air, running towards the depths of the cave. In the desolate mountains, a child waited silently in a pit covered by the ocean. This was also the arrangement they had made. If they were separated, they would meet up at the entrance of another cave. She was expressionless and motionless. If it were not for her clothes fluttering in the wind, she would look like a marble statue standing in the snow from afar. However, her heart had long been like the magma under the icy plains, boiling hot and anxious. A black hoe that looked like a bear, but was 3 or 4 times bigger, took heavy steps in search of food in the forest. It suddenly sniffed, and a thick sandalwood fragrance came along with the cold wind. It passed through the dense forest and came to the edge of the pit. Looking down, it saw the motionless child. Saliva naturally flowed down. But then it hesitated. That child's body seemed to emit a formless radiance, holy and noble, awe-inspiring and inviolable. Buddhas bowed their heads to demons. Eminent monks walked the path. Lions and tigers avoided them. However, in the end, the ferocity of its appetite overwhelmed its intelligence. It pounced towards the child, its huge body seeming incomparably light. Little and turned her head expressionlessly. Her glass-like eyes met its fierce gaze. It trembled all over. Flawless purity was also deep indifference. The clearest water could not contain a fish. She was not like a child, not even like a human. But then she suddenly turned her head, ignoring the black hoe that was already within reach. Her eyes rippled with heartfelt joy. At this time, her body suddenly became livelier. It was as if the exquisite puppet had turned into a human child. But Black Hoe's eyes were filled with panic. Unable to care about the prey in front of it, it turned and fled. A terrifying aura was rapidly approaching. Not long after Hei Tung escaped, a black silhouette pierced through the snow. 2 glowing scarlet eyes appeared above Hei Tung's head and casually swung its claws. Hei Tung's brain immediately burst open, and he fell to the ground with a whimper. But the black shadow was still not satisfied. Its long arms stretched out and pulled out a scalding heart. If a normal person saw this scene, they would definitely be frightened to the point of wetting their pants. Even chi practitioners would tremble in fear. But the child's face was full of joy. She blurted out, "Qing Shan!" The black shadow abruptly turned its head and stared straight at the child. The red light in its eyes gradually dissipated, and the dense killing intent on its body seemed to fade a little. It revealed a somewhat sinister smile. "This is the first time you've called my name." Facing little An's worried gaze, Li Qingshan smiled. "I've broken through to the second level. How is it? Not bad, right?" With a casual wave of his hand, for deep claw marks were left on the stone wall 10 meters away. Little Ann nodded seriously, expressing her admiration for his new appearance. "My little Ann sure has good taste." Li Qingshan laughed heartily. He picked her up and placed her on his neck, then walked into the cave. "Where are we going?" Little Ann asked. "To the underground meeting, of course." "Isn't it going to take many days? We need to prepare in advance to welcome our friends on the surface and do our duty as hosts." "Can I kill them all?" "Of course." You're tuning in to the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.